is the BOCC regular meeting. It's Wednesday, March 28th, 2012. Are there any additions or deletions to the agenda, John?
There are no additions or deletions to the agenda.
So the first item of business will be public comment. Are there members of the public here who wish to make a comment? Yes, sir. Would you come forward here? State your name.
How are you? My name is Dan Levinson. Some of you may know me.
You can sit if you'd like.
And anyway, my neighbors and I need your assistance with a problem. You may have heard about the situation or the saga that's been going on for quite a while. Those of us who are AT&T subscribers basically lost a cell tower. Now, I live in what I would describe as the southwest quadrant of Aspen, where, if, for instance, to visually help you, if you went to the roundabout, there would be a property that would be located to the south and then going all the way to the airport and probably encompassing parts of the golf course, etc. Approximately June last year, something happened to one of their cells. It either went down or whatever. We called about it and asked them, when this thing was going to be restored. We have no cell service at all in that section of Aspen. And they promised that they would have it up and running. They promised me like September, then they said October. Then they said, well, listen, if this isn't working, then we'll bring in something that's known as a COW, which is a cell on wheels. It's sort of a temporary facility. And then I kept calling, and then they blamed it on the construction that was going on at the airport. So I had more than one discussion with the director of the airport, who said there's absolutely no connection at all. The latest discussion I had with him was only a week ago. There's no connection at all between AT&T and what went on at the airport. Then they turned around and they said, well, no, the real problem is that we can't get permits from the city of Aspen. They use that word now, where they may have been referring to the county or whatever. We can't get permits to put this tower back. And I kept saying, well, what about this thing with the cow? Why don't you do that while you're, at least get us coverage? It's not that we're asking for a new type of service. We've had service there for years, but we have none. And it is a safety issue, particularly, as you well know, a lot of people don't have landlines. My kids don't. They live on cells, etc., and it's totally dead. I had an incident that you guys may remember in my garage where there was an invader who came into the garage, and I reached for the cell that was dead, and then I had to go to my landline to call the police, and they found this individual in there. Called my wife, and then I'd forget and pick up the cell. Then we come into Aspen, and 4 hours later, the message would come on that I'm looking for it. This kind of thing. The latest thing that I got, which was this morning, was the fact that the best that we could hope for a service is at the end of this year. They said November. I said that that's totally unacceptable. And it's not a question of how long it takes to get the service. I know that when we have dignitaries come to this town, et cetera, they bring these cows in and they're in overnight. And I get great cell service when there's something going on at the Aspen Institute. But we can't seem to get them to do that. And they're very frustrated, the people that I talk to. It's an upper management decision. There's certainly safety factors here. So the only thing that I could think of was to come to you, because if this doesn't work, then my neighbors and I are really going to start a class action suit against AT&T. We really don't have a choice. To be without cell service for 10 months, there are a lot of factors which make this thing totally inappropriate. That's it in a nutshell. I know that some of you heard about this scenario, but that's what we stand as of today.
Dan, what would you like the commissioners to do?
Well, I would like you to get involved. Basically, there's a lot of fingers pointing to you guys collectively, and the city of Aspen about this thing about permits. They're using every excuse. There's no doubt in my mind that there's a safety factor here. We did have a tower. There's a vast part of this community that is not covered anymore. They have these cows, which are no big deal that they could bring in. And then whenever they get around to doing their upgrade service or whatever they're supposed to be doing, nobody knows quite what that is. But, at least tell them, that we should have temporary coverage or something so that our service is restored, and then later on they can switch over. But to leave us up now in our almost end of 10 months without service whatsoever, I think is totally inappropriate. This is a service. It's not something that a casual type of thing. I mean, this is something that we rely on, and it's a very important thing, and in the instances which I explained at my house, it could become a very important situation if we don't have it.
Okay, well, thank you, Dan. We'll do a yes, Jack?
I guess we need feedback from our manager, but I'd like to request staff to, and I don't know exactly the protocol about a phone number, sometimes you got to get to somebody, well, that's a personal number, but an area, if you could describe the area, I'd like to ask staff and our, at Public Works to follow through it, to ask the question, we understand there's no cell service for 10 months, and we'd like to have an explanation. Because do not pin that on Pitkin County, AT&T. That's not us. I have friends that have service all around, but apparently not in this corridor, as you mentioned. So is that acceptable to the board to ask that question?
Yeah, I was going to suggest that Dan give his phone number to John Peacock is our county manager.
And I also have the phone number that I'm on there, so I'll give you my, this case number, which is really long. So I can't deny it. And I've been tracking this thing, and I'd be happy to do that, and I'll go over there and I'll give it to you. Okay, thank you very much.
Okay. Yes, Rachel?
Yeah, I think that similar to what action's already been suggested, to kind of investigate whether that franchise agreement is with Pitkin County for that region or with the City of Aspen. And I think, probably clearly City of Aspen partners would be important in pursuing this. Maybe there's a joint letter that we could send from the city. But, as a consumer, it would seem that they should be, practically giving you free service for the 10 months or letting you out of your contract or giving you a rebate, since service is no longer provided after you contracted with them for this area.
Well, I talked to them about that, and I said, but that's not my point of being on the phone. I'm not looking for a freebie. Because I use their service, obviously, when I go into Aspen or if I go to other ways, and it's fine. But I said, this is my primary residence, and so are my neighbors who have AT&T, and a lot of them have switched and stuff. I don't think that's the answer to it. I mean, there's a power that was there, we had service, we needed, where is it? At least bring in something so we're covered while you guys go through all of this stuff, that you're doing. So,
Thank you. Let me state, the county doesn't have franchise agreements with wireless providers. They do permitting for wireless sites, so there isn't any kind of business connection between the county and a provider of cell service. And let me be clear about that. And I don't know the ins and outs of the AT&T site, but we'll have John work with you on that.
yeah, and that may be true, because I've gotten every answer that you could possibly imagine. I mean, every day it's a different answer. But what you could help me with is saying, look, we are concerned, if you would talk collectively for us who live in the county in that section of town that I described, which majority of us are in the county, that would be appreciated.
Well, we are concerned, and we're concerned countywide. We're pursuing broadband access for the entire county, which includes voice and data service for parts of the county that don't have it now and never had it, and suffer the same dilemmas that you do, which are safety and the health of its citizens. So the county is very interested, and we'll pursue this.
That I know, and I know that there are dead spots that have been there since day one. This was not one of those. And that's what I was making the distinction with them, saying, this was not, we had it, we had iPad service, and we could get cell service, et cetera, but now, where is it? At least cover us until you can get something more. So, thank you.
We'll work on it. Is there any other public comment at this time? Seeing none, we'll close the public comment section and move on to commissioner comments. Commissioners, Jack?
Yeah, I'd like to take a few serious moments here and offer my, our, and the community's condolences, sympathies to the family and friends of Dwight Shellman. This was, in my view, a great man. So basically, along with Joe Edwards and Michael Kensley and later on Bob Child, helped set us up to be the county that we are, a very unique, special place in the world of counties in Colorado. And I know that from first-hand experience at my own level as a commissioner in interacting with the other commissioners throughout the state. He did so much for us, was so courageous, intelligent about what he and they did, that we just should have nothing but thanks. Very tough actions, but a lot of courage to effect those, including the downzoning, implementation of a land use code, community caucuses, and even the genesis of our bus system. So I would not doubt others might want to say something also, but hats off to the Shellman family, friends, and thank you, Dwight. I am very privileged to have been within a certain part of his circle. Always had access to Dwight, and in the early years before I was elected, he was certainly on board with giving me some advice about how to approach environmental issues, etc. I thank you for all that mentoring. Thank you, Michael.
Thank you, Jack. George?
Yeah, I want to echo those same sentiments. Our condolences to the Shellman family. It was amazing. In 1972, two young attorneys decided to run for county commissioner. And the platform at that time was to preserve the rural character of Pickens County. And it's incredible what they got accomplished in just a short 4 years that they were in office. As Jack said, they instituted what is now the renowned and really looked towards our land use code that they instituted for downzoning that has gone a long way in terms of protecting the rural character of Pickens County. That was really a signature land use decision at that time that many communities have looked towards us since. I see there are representatives from RAPTA here today. Dwight was instrumental in starting the first public bus system that has now grown into RAPTA, and the next generation is BRT, which will be the first rural bus rapid transit system in the country. Employee housing, that was started under Dwight's leadership. There's some people here from Open Space and Trails. Those discussions early on led to the creation of an Open Space and Trails program. Certainly the neighborhood caucuses, as Jack has said, which allows neighborhoods to comment on land use applications that may impact their neighborhoods. He leaves just such a wealth of policies that we continue to strive to follow and to improve on. But his legacy is his vision and his leadership that has led this county to where it's at right now, which I think is as preeminent county of any in the country. So again, thank you, Dwight Shellman.
Rachel?
Yeah, thank you. I think my colleagues here have kind of said it all in a certain sense, but I would just add that I felt honored to have been able to work with Dwight on things such as the RAFTA board when I was on the Aspen City Council. And I had relayed this to Janet when she first called on the obituary she was writing, but that he had proposed at one time a bus lane from what was the old intersection and traffic light at Highway 82 at Castle and Maroon, just up to the Castle Creek Bridge. And it was a very short little segment, and it was a little before its time because so much was going on, and of course it involved the rural property, so it became controversial. But he was constantly looking for ways to improve that system. And he was constantly looking for ways to rejigger the routes in town and make it more efficient and more user-friendly. And it was really just a pleasure to have been able to work with him and Eve Homeyer at that time on the RAFTA board, and they were great friends. Although at times they might have disagreed on issues, they really put those aside when they were working for the common good and through RAFTA. And so I would only have the same compliments for the legacy that he has left for all of us, and the legacy that lives on through his family and wonderful contributing members of this community as well. So I share the same sentiments as everyone else. On a separate topic, I did want to offer a small clarification for the newspaper articles that I read this morning related to our discussion on climate change yesterday. I did not state that I thought we should withdraw from the ACRA Chamber of Commerce if they did not withdraw from the U.S. Chamber of Commerce. I simply said it would raise the question. That it would raise the question perhaps we should discuss. But it seemed that both articles seemed to say I made that as a declarative statement. I did not. I very rarely do small newspaper article clarifications, but I thought that was important. And the last thing I wanted to bring to everyone's attention today, and I had put this in my colleagues' boxes earlier this week, and hope to discuss it further perhaps under open discussion this evening or this afternoon. But when I was reading through the Sunday paper this weekend, I saw an article on the sports page, which I don't think I'd be following if I wasn't following March Madness a little bit. But of all places, not in the Denver and the West, not in the A section, is an article on House Bill 1322, which has been introduced by Jerry Sonnenberg from Sterling area. And it is here's the newspaper article, I'll read it. The summary of this far-reaching and ill-conceived bill is a demand that the federal government sell all public lands considered suitable for agriculture in Colorado by the end of 2014. Agriculture in this instance is quite broad in scope, including grazing or logging, which essentially encompasses all U.S. Forest Service and Bureau of Land Management properties, potentially even the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service refuge lands. And I would naturally like to see our board write a letter of opposition if this bill has not already been killed, but it's part of a much broader push that's happening nationwide by Western lawmakers in several states to have the federal government sell all the federal lands, all the public lands that we've come to enjoy and treasure as communities that define us. And when I first brought this to our board's attention, coming back from Washington, D.C., it was like kind of like, that's a faraway thing. That's often D.C. that's happening with National Association of Counties and some of those Utah and Arizona lawmakers. But sure enough, it's popped up in the Colorado legislature as well. And I think we all need to be on guard for these type of activities, these type of interests, pushing an agenda that if you take it a little too lightly, especially with the coming presidential election coming up and depending on the makeup of our House, Senate, and President's office, might really start to see some legs. So keep aware and keep in touch with your representatives about issues like this if they're important to you. Thank you.
Dwight was a friend, and I'll miss him. So we'll go on to the consent actions. Minutes of the work sessions 2/7/12, 2/14/12, 2/21/12, and 2/28/12. And I'd like to consider just the minutes because I wasn't here at the regular meeting. Is there a motion to approve those minutes?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
And then we have a motion to approve regular meetings on 3/14/12. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
We'll go on to a revised resolution regarding climate change policy and action. Ellen Sassano. Is Ellen here?
No, but
Would you like Cindy to come forward? Cindy, why don't you come forward and just introduce this revised resolution?
Okay, great. The board's been working on this resolution for quite a while, and this is a revision based on a couple comments from our last meeting where we change a little bit of the wording regarding citizens who we are involving in this process, as well as how we educate and continue to educate our employees as an organization as part of climate change. We also had quite a few comments about how, in fact, we were referencing the material used here. So on the last page, you'll find all the references, and Nathan Rutledge is here also from the CORE organization, who helped us with much of the content of this, if you have any specific questions on any of that. But I think we tried to address all of your concerns.
Any questions for Cindy? Jack?
Just more comment and then a clarification. Excellent letter, excellent revisions, and most appreciative, I'm sure Commissioner Entner would appreciate the, as it were, the appendices with the credits on those statements that we make relative to the science of climate change. On page 4, under number 5, and this is a list of things that we want to do as leaders in climate and energy issues to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. That's the title, as it were, of this section. Number 5, it says, make energy efficiency a priority through building code improvements, retrofitting county facilities with energy-efficient lighting, and urging employees to conserve energy. I'd like to substitute the word improvements for lighting because as we've evolved our energy plan, we've got a much broader scope than changing light bulbs. If that would be acceptable to the board.
So, Jack, could you repeat that?
Yeah, where it says on number 5, the second part of the sentence says county facilities with energy efficient lighting, I would like to substitute improvements for lighting because it's a broader scope and it's something that we are actively engaged in with all the improvements that we're going to do in different facilities throughout the county.
Rachel?
If it said improved energy efficient lighting, I'd be okay with it, but just improved lighting could be better lighting that's highly energy consumptive, Jack, such as halogen.
But for me, improvements cover lighting, cover furnaces, cover thermostats. You know, it's the broad range I'm looking for, and maybe I'm not as articulate as I might need to be, and we could use a better word than improvements.
Yeah, or energy efficiency improvements, just leaving the word energy efficiency in there.
Well, I was going to leave energy efficient, but just add improvements only.
Maybe this is too specific, and we should just take out the example of the light, because I think the point is that we are making energy efficiency a priority through the building codes, and we could take out retrofitting county facilities with energy efficient lighting altogether. I mean, it's just an example of one of the things we're doing.
Yes, Jack.
I think retrofitting county facilities is what we're doing, and we're doing it with energy efficiency. And I just wanted a more general term.
Okay, so just say energy efficiency and take out lighting.
We've got to get feedback. Okay, and then on number 13, it says communicate our opinions. I'm wondering if we could actually find a better term, excuse me, than opinions. Communicate our policies regarding actions, because I think we do have policies in our energy action plan, and that policies, the substitution of policies for opinions is a suggestion to begin searching for a better word than opinions. But otherwise, this letter is just great. Does that make any sense to anyone?
So you're suggesting that we substitute like positions for opinions?
Well, yeah, just opinions, more than opinions, we
that
have
acceptable?
actually policies or whatever.
Policies and positions.
Yeah,
Is that
that's
acceptable to the board?
excellent. Good. And I'm done. Thank you, Michael.
So, Cindy, are we going to eliminate the rent program? Because that allows sort of energy inefficiencies, and we permit that. And this suggests that we should be concentrating on energy efficiencies.
No, at this point, there's not we can have a discussion, and there's always been a healthy debate about the rent program and what it brings to the community. At this point, I asked maybe Nathan if he wanted to even come in and chime in on some of the facts around that, but at this point, it's our understanding that the rent program actually helps us increase overall energy efficiency in the community by accelerating other programs that can bring us bigger benefits than the loss of energy when someone uses or implements the RENT program. And the RENT program, just for those of you who don't understand or have never used it, is a program that allows you to use energy that otherwise would be prohibited in the building code, but is exempted as outside energy, if you will, outside spas, heating pools, or snow melt. There's a certain amount of on-site mitigation, if you will, that has to take place if you are going to use that sort of external energy source with a solar adaptation on your home or geothermal use of energy to offset your use, and or there's a payment which is called the REMP, Renewable Energy Mitigation Program, and that payment then is allowed to be used through CORE to accelerate energy efficiency throughout the community. And that payment goes out in the form of grants. Right now, one of the examples would be that some of the affordable housing projects in the community that are maybe older are going to be retrofitted, if you will, and potentially save an entire complex energy over the long term versus, that would not have happened without the RENT program. So those are the...
Thank you, Cindy. Any further questions? Yes, George?
A couple of comments. I know we've had several discussions regarding climate change over the last several weeks. I'm glad to see this has finally come together. This is something I had requested a while ago, and it was based on sitting in on a conversation with Maggie Fox. Maggie Fox is the CEO of the Alliance for Global Change, which is Vice President Al Gore's organization. And she was here about a year or so ago with the invite from ACES and CORE, and she challenged us, the community, to start a grassroots effort to address climate change so that we then can influence our legislators to actually legislate climate change policy. So this is a great first step. And coincidentally, I just heard this morning on NPR, they were talking about climate change and the economic impact it will have on our country and our citizens. Now the discussion is about the insurance companies and what level of risk are they going to be willing to take and what are they willing to insure given all the climate change incidents. And in some cases where insurance companies will not cover, those losses will then have to be covered by the taxpayers. So, the issue keeps getting heated up, as you say. So I'm glad that Pickens County is taking a strong stance and revisiting our 2008 action plan that Dylan Hoffman put together for us and keep us on track. So thank you.
One other comment on that is that you guys have also, in addition to this, made this one of your strategic plan issues that I think the community should be aware of, that's high on your list in terms of strategic planning for the county.
Thank you, Cindy.
Thank you.
Is there a motion to approve this revised resolution with the changes that Jack suggested?
Yeah, I'll make a motion to approve the revised resolution regarding climate change policy and action with the addendum of Commissioner Hatfield's changes.
I'll second that.
Any further discussion?
Thank you for your good work, Cindy.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. And thank Ellen, too.
I will.
Number 3 under the consent items is a resolution adopting governance policy 2.17 FM radio allotments on Pickens County's translator system and policy 2.18 TV allotments on Pickens County's translator system. Jody Smith. Is Jody here? Jody, could you come forward? Thank you, Jody. Could you just introduce yourself and your colleagues and then just give us a brief synopsis of this?
I'm Jody Smith, I'm the facilities manager.
John Emmerich, I'm on the Translator Advisory Board.
My name's Dave Johnson. I'm on the Pickton County Translator Board.
And this is a resolution to approve 2 governance policies regarding the FM and TV space for allotment for the translator systems throughout Pickton County. The system's been in place for many years. The Translator Advisory Board has been in place since the early 1970s, and there's never been a written policy to help guide us. And the board had asked us to write a policy, and so that we'll be able to follow more of a guideline of what we're actually doing. The policies have come before the board twice in 2011, and now we're here to have them adopted. And what the policies basically do is they help us make a determination based on vacancies, requests, applications that we come in. It gives us an evaluation process, and if there is an appeal or a denial from the Translator Advisory Board, then it would ultimately come to the board. So that's kind of how it guides us.
Thank you. Any questions? No questions. Excellent. John and David, thank you for being on the Translator Board. It's an important asset for the county, and your involvement makes it a better asset. So, and Jody, thank you for developing this policy. It's good to have this kind of clear, rational approach to our translator system. Is there a motion to approve?
I would move to approve the resolution adopting the governance policy 2.17, FM radio allotment on Pickton County translator system, and policy 2.18, TV allotments on the Pickton County translator system.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Any further discussion? Yes, Rachel?
Briefly to say thank you for considering our comments that we've workshopped with you and including those in here. I think it's a good document.
All in favor? Aye. Thank you very much.
Thanks for traveling.
The next items of business are the consent actions, first reading, set for public hearing on April 11th. The first one is a resolution to approve a citizen board bylaws, Jody Smith and Janice Voss-Cardillo. So, Jody, you don't have to go far, I guess. Janice? So, do you want to go over these 2 boards and the bylaws changes?
The Translator Advisory Board, again, we had some old bylaws that we discovered, or that we've been following, but when facilities recently took over the Translator Department in September, and in reviewing our processes, we found that the bylaws didn't really conform with the way the rest of the bylaws that Pickton County follows, the other advisory boards. And so this was an opportunity to clean it up, help it conform with our standard, and then it gave us an opportunity to add the piece in there for the broadband that we're going to be moving forward in the future. So those are the basic changes on that.
And Janice, you have changes to the bylaw of the election?
Right. I met with our election commission, and I'd like to introduce also, I'm Janice Voss-Cardillo, Pickton County Clerk and Recorder, and I'd like to also introduce Brooke Peterson, who was chair of the election commission. And our committee met this last month to review the bylaws, and we did make a few changes, updates to the bylaws, which include if any citizen is aggrieved or is about to be aggrieved or has been aggrieved, can bring forward their issue to the commission within 3 days of the occurrence or knowledge of the occurrence. So what has been added is about to be aggrieved, is about to be aggrieved, or is knowledge of the issue. That has been changed. We have also added another position, secretary to the commission, and we've added 1 regular meeting each year just to keep up with the issues that are happening within the election environment. In addition, a quorum will not consist of 3 people, but we've added it will consist of 4 people. So that's a summary of some of the changes that we made to the bylaws to update them.
Thank you, Janice. John Ely, let me ask you a question. Janice mentioned if a citizen is aggrieved. Is that a personal agreement, or is that something that they feel that the public also is aggrieved?
It's not a situation for a member of the board personally. It's a situation where that might involve the conduct of an election.
So in general, the conduct of by agreement, you mean the conduct of the election is...
And I was just going through the changes, to tell you the truth, Michael, looking for that particular language, so I could refresh my own memory. I talked to Janice about this some time ago. Do you know what section that was, Janice?
Sure, it's Article 2, Section 1. So it has read in the past that specifically any person aggrieved by the manner in which the county clerk and recorder administers voter registration and performs election duties shall have the right to appeal such action to the Election Commission. And we are recommending it to be changed to specifically any person who believes a violation of the law has occurred, is occurring, or is about to occur regarding the manner in which the county clerk and recorder administers voter registration and the duties of the election.
So it doesn't, at that point, doesn't mention personal agreement?
No. This is strictly the office business, which is the conduct of an election, broadly speaking.
Okay. Rachel?
Yeah, between you, John, Janice, and perhaps if you'd like to weigh in on this, Brooke, I'm just wondering, how is this about to occur? How do you measure if something to be aggrieved is about to occur, and how quickly does that then require the Election Commission to meet, and how does that operate? You know, I'm just trying to think, does it put a stay on all actions until the board can meet? And, you know, is this, I've just never heard of about to be or potentially about to be aggrieved. I mean, what was the commission thinking? What was...
Let me give an example. And I'm going to give the example that we had.
Right.
Okay. We had an example where a citizen questioned how I was going to enforce interpretation of the law. And the action hadn't been taken place yet, but I was researching the situation in communication with the Secretary of State, etc. And the individual forwarded her issue to the Election Commission. Now, that situation, I reviewed with the Secretary of State, and we came up with a solution. But in this instance, that individual forwarded their complaint to the Commission, and in this instance, the Commission would convene, or within 72 hours, set a meeting to convene to discuss the issue. So,
Yeah.
which would create additional public discussion, I guess, with the Commission and myself in addressing the situation.
I think one of the, from the Commission's perspective, one of the things that we talked about was perhaps, given the example that Janice brought up, that the Commission would have the ability to be proactive as opposed to reactive. That is, that the act would not have already taken place that may jeopardize the results or the outcome of an election or the administration of an election, that we could act, if it was appropriate, prior to the election or the event, and thereby stave off somebody questioning the election itself or the registration itself. I think also the bylaw changes in general reflect probably, as I said earlier, probably the Commission's belief that it will be more proactive or more active in election involvement and registration involvement going forward in the future. Historically, we've always, and I've been on the Election Commission for probably 25 or 30 years, but historically we've always reacted and never had really had to react after an election. And the concept was here to perhaps prevent something from happening that would jeopardize an election and give us the ability to deal with it earlier rather than later. That was what the language was designed to do.
Thank you. Yes, Rachel.
Yeah, and I can appreciate wise and of moving forward. And I think everyone at this table, and certainly myself, are interested in fair and transparent elections, as well as equal access and enfranchisement for qualified voters. I'm just concerned about whether a frivolous action under this might delay and impinge on other people's rights. If you were getting ready to do a voter registration drive and you're going to drop forms off at people's homes to mail in themselves, could someone else say, no, I want a hearing in front of the Election Commission because they all have to be trained by the state, and although that's different if you're collecting and keeping the forms and turning them in yourself, yes, they do have to be done by the state. But at what point would it create a stay of someone else's actions until the Election Commission could meet? If this was the last weekend to do voter registration before an election, a deadline, and there was a complaint filed that this is just not allowed, this shouldn't be done this way, and, you know, by the time the Election Commission says, yes, it can be done this way, those individuals would have missed their opportunity to work it. I'm just wondering, how could it be opening a door for frivolous activities? And what effect does it have? If someone files a complaint, does it create a stay on their activities, on the activities of others until it's heard by the board?
There is no stay.
There's no stay.
That would have to be a judicial action that they were taking. This is simply an advisory guidance board, and they don't have the power to stay an election or to stay anything. So if that were the case and somebody had a serious complaint, they would take it to court and not to this board for a stay. This board would simply try to remedy a complaint, if possible, beforehand, as Brooke explained. But
Okay. Thank you for the clarifications.
Jack, do you have a question?
Yeah, I guess since we're on election commission, we'll do that one first. I'm still not with about to occur. To me, it has to be a violation or somebody's call that a violation, a problem exists. Somebody could just speculate, well, I think the clerk's going to do this, or I think someone signed, is about to do illegal registrations, or, any number of things. To me, there's got to be some kind of substance to calling the election commission in on an issue, meaning there's got to be a serious allegation versus, well, I think this is going to occur. So I can understand some reasoning by the discussion and how this evolved, but we're putting this, we're making this part of bylaws, and I'd like it to be very clear and understandable. And to me, this about to occur is not. And I would, with all due respect, I'd like to delete it. It's just not. There's no clarity to that about to occur issue for me. Even with the explanation and the example, a very generic example, which is, good to be used. Does it detract from the bylaws if that is deleted? That's the real question. Does it make it harder for a citizen to have access to the election commission, or does it impede the election commission from doing the job which they are going to sit to do, to consider? Is about to occur, I don't think if that was deleted, it would diminish the responsibilities or abilities on either side of the table to address somewhat of us. I'd like issues to be somewhat substantial to come before our election commission. Or, and people going to the clerk and saying, I have a problem. Well, the clerk, I would assume, is going to say, well, please demonstrate to me what the problem is. Not, well, maybe I think this is going to occur.
Jack, would you like to seek the advice of our attorney?
Absolutely.
So, John, you've heard that Jack has some concerns about the vagueness of about to occur. Could you elaborate on that?
Well, I'm just looking at the language of what is Article 2, Section 1, to see if it can't be constructed a little bit differently to still allow the board, the commission, to weigh in on activity occurring in regards to the conduct of an election or registration without having perhaps the language that is or have language that's a little less awkward, the about to occur aspect of it to therefore not limit Brooke's statement of allowing the board to be proactive and not only reactive. But so in that regard, changing that second sentence around to leave it more open to allow any individual to address the commission with any complaint regarding the administration of registration or election duties of the clerk's office, and this whole time sequence, or just leave that out. If they feel that there's a violation going on, or if they feel that there's an issue with the conduct of an election procedure, to be able to address that to the commission, let the commission review it at a meeting.
So what is your recommendation then, to change or alter or amend, or maybe anyone else, of course?
I'll get to you in a minute, Rachel.
Sorry.
No, it's fine, Jack. Continue.
To say perhaps specifically any person who believes that there is a I'm not even sure I want to use the word violation of law, but any person who has an issue, perhaps, with the administration of voter registration or election duties as conducted by the Pickens County Clerk and Recorder, shall have the right to appeal such actions to the Election Commission. That way, what the appeal is addressing is an actual action as opposed to a contemplated action. Sorry.
It's hard to go on the fly, isn't it? Lawyers like to consider things more fully. Rachel?
Thank you. Yeah, I was just going to say that, given that this is first reading, I would be comfortable passing on the language today and give John and Janice and the Election Commission a little more time to flesh out alternatives, as well as perhaps provide some examples of how you think it would play out. You know, I just need a little bit more of a narrative to be sold, because I understand where you're going, and we've charged this commission with a very important oversight role, and I don't want to, randomly take away what you see as a solution to some problems. But I would like to see kind of how it would operate, or what examples might be given, and give it a little more time. It sounds, as it is right now, a little like being pulled over because you're going 25 and a 25, and the guy goes, but it looked like you were about to go 26. And so I think we want to avoid that. And also, again, just not open the door to, a lot of just allegations that are baseless and things as well. So, again, I will pass on this language and support it at this level, and let's see if we can get a little more substance behind the need for second reading.
Is that satisfactory to the board?
As long as John says we certainly can amend, clarify, change for second reading, which
Yes, that's
I would just want your public pronouncement of that. Thank you.
So,
May I go on then, Michael?
Yes.
Other things, if it's okay.
certainly.
On Article 4, under membership, it says under Section 5, removal, member, A member may be removed from the commission for good cause only by vote of the BOCC after a recommendation is made by the commission. I would also like to insert there, as well as the translator board bylaws, or with a, remember, it says by a vote of the BOCC, so that's a final determination. But I believe staff ought to be able to make a recommendation about a removal, with cause, relative to disruptive nature or whatever. And this is an item that's not specific to just this board, I understand. It's really all the boards. I think staff liaison ought to be able to have that feedback, and that's a serious allegation, so it's got to be substantiated. So I would like to add, a member may be removed from the commission for good cause only by a vote of the BOCC after a recommendation is made by the commission or staff, because all the procedural issues, we don't have to articulate those. That's a matter of fairness and law.
Well, how do you feel about that suggestion by Jack?
Because I think we've done that before.
Yes, George?
Yeah, I would agree with that. I would just add, Jack, you mentioned it, but not in the wording. I would say staff liaison, so not just staff.
Yes, thank you for that clarification. By the commission or staff liaison.
Rachel?
I can support that. I think there might be times when fellow board members would feel very awkward about making such a request, although they feel it's necessary. And it still puts the staff liaison in an awkward position as well if the board, our board, decides not to grant that. But it's a big move. But I think the defining language of for good cause, it keeps it from being anything about personalities, and it's more about matters of substance.
Yeah, I must say I disagree with the board. Number one, I don't think there's any formal recognition of staff liaison within the bylaws. Right? It's just a customary thing to have a staff liaison. Secondly, the board is the operating agent here, and they should govern themselves, and a staff member is in an untenable position if he makes that kind of recommendation. So I can't agree with that. George?
I wonder, then maybe we need to add to the bylaws to all of our boards, because we have designated a staff liaison. We've asked them to be more involved, not only with the board, but with the interaction with us, as BOCC, whether it's bringing forth applicants, or if necessary, if we talked about this the other day, if we have to go into an exec session regarding an action plan. So perhaps we need to include this as part of a bylaw, that the bylaw will be shown that there is a staff liaison and the responsibilities thereof.
Jack?
Thank you. John, I'd like to ask you as to the operation of volunteer boards, if in fact we have to, if it's necessary to note George's suggestion, recognize or articulate formally, because the operation of the board, I'm not sure any of our bylaws, for example, open space and trails, they rely very heavily on their director, their staff, etc. Are those articulated as, by the way, we have a staff liaison in those, in that board? I'm just not remembering, because we have how many boards? So
well, that's the rub. When the county when the county first established its home rule charter, I think there were only 6 volunteer boards. They were specifically enumerated within the context of the charter. Since then, the number of volunteer boards has really exploded to some degree, and I'm not sure how many there are now. It's certainly would say around 26-ish, I think, somewhere in that vicinity at any rate. As a consequence, the bylaws associated with each one of those volunteer boards are a little bit different, as the bylaws themselves have evolved over time. To be honest, I think the language that's here reflects the most current bylaws that have been adopted for the most recently established volunteer citizen boards. So this particular language was not invented for these boards, but was used as an example of something that the BOCC has recently passed off on. So as we continue to refine the best approach for bylaws, we can continue to modify it. With open space and trails, for example, there is no staff liaison designated, but that particular program has a specific director, and as such, that position is identified within the bylaws and within the charter itself, actually. So, to my knowledge, a staff liaison is not particularly identified as such within the most current iteration of volunteer board bylaws. So that we could do that if...
Let me add a little bit, Jack. I think by involving a staff liaison, they're there to help and facilitate a citizen board. And that citizen board essentially is self-governing. And if you start to insert a county staff member with essentially powers that go beyond advice and lending aid, you are all of a sudden, I think, made it into a county board that can be run by the county because of the ability to recommend dismissal of a citizen board member. I personally think that you're getting into sort of very murky ground there, and you'll undermine the nature of citizen boards by having that power invested in a liaison. And I don't think we need to add it, because this gives the power of bike with cause to board members, and I think that's sufficient if there's a problem with another board member. But, John?
Yeah, and I think operationally the way this would work is, the Board of Commissioners is the final authority on this, and the Board and Commission acts in an advisory capacity, whether there's good cause or not for removal, and then the Board of Commissioners ultimately makes that determination. Where the information comes from for you to make that determination isn't spelled out. That could be the staff liaison, it could be staff, it could be public, and I think it was left, and John, you might be able to comment on this, but purposely open so that should there be good cause, that good cause could be reported to you from anyone, whether it be, and a staff liaison may be in the best position to speak to that, maybe not. It may be a member of the public, but this provides a process whereby you are removing for good cause, and you're removing after consultation with the rest of the board members of whatever board and commission that the member would be removed from, to ensure there's not more context to the story. So my advice is this already leaves room for the staff liaison to play that role if it's appropriate and necessary. It also provides opportunity for whether it be members of the public or other sources to play that role if it becomes appropriate or necessary.
Other board members want to weigh in on this issue? Rachel?
I would support letting it stand as it is. I can see it on the one hand, but on the other, I can't think of any board member removals that have come before us so far. And I wouldn't want to put that staff person in a difficult position of both making the recommendation and then being the only one to be testifying as to why they should be removed when the case does come before our board. I think having that degree of separation will help.
Let George weigh in, and then we'll go to you, Jeff.
Well, based on your comments, as long as there's an ability for staff to provide input, because as I said, we just had this conversation yesterday, and we talked about, and I think there was a agreement with the board that we could go into an exec session to hear any relevant comments by a staff liaison regarding a board member. So as long as that opportunity continues to present itself, then I'm okay with it.
Jack?
Yeah, it still doesn't go far enough. The case that you just mentioned, did the commission vote to bring a concern to staff in order to follow through? I mean, we haven't even had this discussion, so we're dancing, which is totally appropriate. But this, all I want is the opportunity to staff, because staff, I mean, George said it earlier, the commission might not want, is not able, for A to Z reasons, to make that recommendation. We need an option here. Has it happened? Now, I can remember going back when I got appointed to P&Z in '93. That P&Z got cleaned out, and it was all new members. How did that happen? They would have never voted themselves out, so...
I just wanted to let Jack finish. So.
Yeah, no, I mean, that's my point. Just that example, that P&Z would have never voted themselves off the board.
I just say I think there's a small difference, Jack. This is about removal of a member in a current term. We're discussing potential reappointments. So it's not about needing a motion from staff members or other board members or anything like that. So reappointments and removal are different areas.
Yeah, but my example, it happened in 1993. They weren't reappointments. It was just a need, according to the commissioners, to change the complete makeup of that board. So, fine, everyone can weigh in. That's why we're here. We can respectfully disagree, and I'm not going to support this then because I think it's critical.
So the majority of the board is going to let it stand as it's stated in the resolution, and Jack objects to that. But
one last point.
Yes, Jack.
On Article 5, under Section 4, Secretary, the Secretary shall take notes during all meetings. I think that's placing an undue burden on the Secretary of a volunteer board. I thought typically we had, as we've just discussed, we have a staff liaison and they take minutes. I mean, I assume notes are minutes. And I think it's totally unfair to expect a volunteer to do that, and I don't know of that circumstance on any other boards. So I would like to I'd like to delete that section, as we can come up with for second reading, a definition of the role of the secretary. That's fine, but this seems to make that a responsibility, and then those notes, quote unquote, I mean, election issues and challenges are something that can become very legal. So we may as well have not the volunteer take those notes. And again, tell me of another board that occurs on.
Good point.
So that it could be more flexible, I think is what Jack is suggesting, and that the liaison or those duties could be assigned by the chair of the board to any individual. Is that right, Jack?
No, I think it's staff's responsibility to take the notes, do the minutes. Now this says create and revise documents. Well, we know that would be a cooperative effort between staff and the board. In particular, secretary would have a certain duty and a focus. So the latter part might be fine, but I'm objecting to secretary shall take notes. And I am inferring notes are also minutes.
So you would like the county staff to be responsible for minute taking at the meeting?
I would like the organization to be consistent across the board with all volunteer boards.
Well, we're just considering this this particular,
Okay, and so I'm making the call that this is inconsistent.
Jody?
I would just note that ours, the translator one, doesn't have
Right.
that section.
So, Jack, I think we have to address the bylaws at hand. I note your concern that the bylaw should be consistent throughout, but we have to deal with this particular bylaw in front of us.
And so I'm asking that it be deleted.
So
Secretary shall take notes, deleted.
okay, but we still have the issue of who's going to take notes or minutes. Yes, Rachel?
You know, again, I think this is something that could be clarified for second reading. Perhaps something that the secretary shall review with the staff liaison note-taker the accuracy of the minutes, or something like that. So there's agreement from a citizen member of the board who has the role of secretary that the minutes reflect the full flavor of the conversation and everything that they would like to. I do agree with Jack in terms of the quote burden, because when someone's there at the meeting, you want them participating in the meeting and not being worried about whether they got all the, sentences quite right. But beyond that, I just saw Brooke kind of raising his hand over
And if
there.
the secretary doesn't show up for some reasonable reason, well, who's taking notes?
Well, I think, number one, we have to clarify between notes and minutes. Are notes and minutes different, John?
Yes, in that notes are somebody's impression of what has transpired, and minutes are something that are accepted, as this board does at the beginning of our meeting, are accepted by the board, the commission as a whole, as being reflective of what actually happened.
Okay, and any motions or resolutions. So we need to clarify the difference between notes and minutes, and whether minutes and notes are interchangeable or not. You're saying they're not, but they're referred to in this particular document as notes. So, yes, John?
No, I was just going to say, I'm of all the boards that I sit in on regularly, and the boards that I go to every so often, I'm unaware of any citizen board member actually taking on that responsibility.
Right.
I'm unaware of it being done by anybody but staff.
Okay. So we need to change that, and we need to clarify if they're taking notes or minutes. Brooke, you had a comment?
My only comment is that the reason that we on the commission thought it was appropriate to have a secretary was to ultimately create the minutes that were then approved by the board at its next meeting. We thought that it was important that there was a record of the actions that were taken that were formalized in minutes by our commission, and that the secretary would take notes, but that the minutes themselves would then be prepared by the secretary in conjunction with Janice or whoever else from her staff was there, and then put to, and this is what we've been doing since we've actually met 3 times since all of this came up. This is what we've actually been doing, and that is one of our members, Andrea Kohlberg, and Janice have worked on the minutes, and then we have approved those minutes as a board in its entirety.
Okay. So Janice, if you can incorporate that practice within these bylaws and make it clear that the citizen board may take notes, but then in effect that there are minutes being taken by a staff member, and there will be consultation between that staff member and any board member notes. Is that satisfactory, Jack?
Yeah, I mean, I would appreciate that clarification under Article 2, Section 1, and the clarification under Article 5, Section 4, subsection 3, since, then the other issue is off the table. And so, may I go on to translator board?
Certainly.
I mean, we do business here, we do it to do it right. So apologize if anyone is impatient. but I don't operate except only one way, which I try to do the best job possible within my own limitations. Okay, I'm looking at red copy. How do we land under Section 2, Article 2, Section 2 on 5 years? Is that kind of a organizational thing, or is this just something pertinent to?
I believe that that's a standard, isn't it, Phyllis? Yeah, it's a standard.
It has been a standard? Okay, good. And it seems kind of funny that we have, you adopt policies, and they remain in effect for no longer than 5 years, and then I guess they go away. That's what this is saying?
Or they can
Unless
be
amended.
readopted.
Yeah, okay, so obviously you need your little red flag there. Well, I was going to make the same request under removal, so we won't have that discussion. And I'm done, thank you.
Okay. Any further comments from the board? Is there a motion to pass this on to second reading with the various changes that we outlined?
So moved.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Opposed, as articulated.
So, passed. Thank you very much. Now we're going on to an ordinance approving a non-exclusive easement to RAFTA. Brian Pettit. I see Brian isn't here, and G.R. Fielding is standing in for Brian. Is that correct, G.R.?
That's correct, Michael.
Could you outline the issue for us?
Sure. Again, I'm G.R. Fielding, the county engineer. This is a non-exclusive easement that the county will be issuing to RAFTA. It's essentially a utility easement for construction of the BRT stop. This is only the Down Valley BRT stop at the ABC. The Up Valley stop will be coming before you as a separate item. This issue has been vetted both through the county attorney's office and RAFTA's attorneys, and as it says, is a non-exclusive easement. We also have Angie Kincaid and Mike Herms here from RAFTA if you have any questions for RAFTA this item.
George?
Yeah, I just want to clarify, and perhaps, GR, you can answer that, or Rafa. In conjunction with this, of course, we've had a conversation about the location of a possible underpass along Highway 82 that would be set out in conjunction with these new bus stops for BRT program. The opportunity for RAFTA to place their new BRT stations, what sort of area is that, distance are they looking at? I mean, are they looking at within a half a mile or quarter mile or 100 yards? Because the discussion that I think got sort of tied up in the underpass location was the future potential of other places to get over the highway because of CMC, their program is expanding, or because of possible new housing, employee housing at the old BMC West. But what sort of, I'm just trying to get sort of the idea of the linear distance where the BRT bus station may actually land, because that then eventually will tie in with a decision yea or nay in terms of the location of possible underpass.
The Down Valley stop, in which this ordinance would address, is not moving, essentially. That location is, the center of it might be moving a few feet because it is expanding some, but that stop wouldn't be moving. The Up Valley stop, there's been talk about that basically being transposed over itself, so it could move a couple hundred feet up valley.
Okay.
Does that answer the?
Yeah, I'm just trying to clarify that, because again, the discussion was, do we need, it's a separate discussion than this, but it all ties together. Do we need an underpass here? What happens with CMC? Or if we're trying to tie in an underpass with BRT locations, then I want to make it clear that these are the locations where the BRT stations will be regardless.
Yes.
Any further questions for GR? Yes, Jack?
I'd like to clarify what I think I heard and had understood. The current Rafta bus stop, which will evolve into a BRT stop, is going to be about the same location, but it will be larger. It will expand. And is that what the map on the last page of your packet is about?
That map on the last page of the packet appears to be one of the actual easements for that stop. Yes.
Well, so what I'm asking about is, I guess I'd like to know what the easements are now and what the overlay is. How much additional, are we giving up a few feet, or is it 30 feet? Or I'm just not sure how that's working. For me, the other two maps were very hard to understand exactly what they were telling us. So, that's more engineers' specifications, etc. Obviously I'm not qualified to understand all this and knowledgeable. So I guess is this an ordinance? Yes. So there'll be a second reading. What I'd like to ask is somehow just show us, say, what is and what's the future going to be as far as footprint. And that way, in my mind, I understand the dynamics and understanding what George just requested. Well, does it mean it moves a little bit? And you said it's not going to be much. So I understand that piece. But I want to understand comprehensively what the final product is.
So just as a point of clarification, would you like, say, a plan sheet that would show the existing stop and an overlay of the proposed new stop?
That would explain my question very
That
well.
shouldn't be a problem at all.
Because you can probably put it on the overhead, right? Yeah, right on.
Any further questions for GR? So is there a motion to approve? Is there a motion to approve?
I'll make a motion to approve an ordinance of the Board of County Commissioners of Pickens County, Colorado, granting a non-exclusive easement to the Rolling Fork Transit Authority.
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. So, GR, you have instructions as to what information to bring back at the second meeting.
Yes, sir.
The first reading. The next item is item number 6, a resolution authorizing the board to enter into an intergovernmental agreement with the Aspen Valley Hospital District for an alphanumeric paging services. Mark Gamrat is here to introduce the subject. Mark, could you introduce yourself and your title, please?
Excuse me, Mark Amrat, Communications Director for the Communications Center. Possibly back in the early 90s, we saw a need to construct a county-wide alphanumeric paging system for emergency services. This system is located throughout the county, and it has grown since then, from emergency services to general government, now to Aspen Valley Hospital members. The hospital's been on it probably for a good 15 years. And this is just to memorialize that agreement that we have. That's been going on for years. We've been trying to do a contract basis over the years, and that hasn't been very consistent in renewing, so the IGA will help solidify that.
Mark, when you say the hospital's been on it, do you mean their staff members? Most of their staff members are issued a paging device?
Correct.
And the communication center is the administrator for that service?
Correct. And there's different ways you can notify people. You can do it via phone. You can do it via the computer-aided dispatch system in communications, or there's third-party software. And basically, you type in a message to that pager and let it go.
Okay. Any questions for Mark? Seeing none, Is there a motion?
I'll make that motion to approve a resolution authorizing the board to enter into an intergovernmental agreement with the Aspen Valley Hospital District for alphanumeric paging services.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you, Mark.
Thank you.
The next items are consent public hearings, second readings. Item number 1 is a resolution adopting the Pickens County Pre-Disaster Mitigation Plan. And it says update Tom Grady. Tom, could you just introduce yourself and give us your title, please?
Tom Grady, Pickens County Emergency Manager.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Tom? Yes, Jack.
Yeah, Tom, yesterday we had a report from Nan Sundin, Health and Human Services, and she articulated an exercise, a tabletop exercise that Health and Human Services did with the city of Aspen relative to power outages. And that got me thinking, we've all, I think, at least most of us are aware of, for example, the solar flares that occurred recently, etc. And what if we had a major power outage where the grid went down? And linking up with what you've done here, both a pre-disaster mitigation plan and our emergency operations plan update, I'm wondering how we as a county would respond to a major, and I'd call it a disaster due to disruption of normal lifestyles and business, etc. How would we respond not to just a power outage, say in the city or just outside in the county, but a large power outage, for example? Does this plan give us some direction as to how to respond, for example?
Yes, all the response is technically around all hazard, all risk mentality. The processes change. I participated in the Aspen power outage drill 4 months ago, and that in itself, having that drill showed that we are significantly dependent on that resource. And at this point, there are no mitigations for it. In our last meeting, I mentioned that there is this element of continuity of operations that is critical to us. And when we're resource dependent, we will lose continuity of operations at any level, and that's primarily at the emergency level. And there is a process to deal with it, but essentially it is, we do not have the infrastructure to live without electricity. That is as simple as it gets. When we did an audit for sheltering, we do not have heated shelter for any significant number of people in the wintertime. We have shelters, they're not heated off the grid. So these are challenges that we've recognized and that are part of the mitigation process. How we do that and come up with the expense or address the expenses of these kind of things, that will be a challenge.
Yes, Jack.
Yeah, and I don't doubt that, and I doubt if we're going to build huge infrastructure to, figure something quote-unquote like that. The example I used yesterday when I was on the Water and Sand Board, we actually purchased some very large generators to substitute only on a temporary basis. For example, that, or even if, say, as the first gentleman that spoke in public comment about what if telecommunications went down. So I'm not asking for an exact answer, but so the big circumstances, disasters that happen, do we have a way to communicate with the public? Well, okay, telecommunications are down, electricity's down. I don't know what that means, but at least we ought to think about what that means. And I assume, we have our incident command system, et cetera, and it would be pretty much, kind of a dinosaur activity without all the sources of energy and communication. So at least we ought to have some thought to something,
I think the point, and I try to make it without being too serious about it, but we could actually end up, like, say, deputies will end up on horseback out looking for the work that we do now through computers, through dispatch systems, all these electronic processes, it would be very much, as you're saying, dinosaur. We'd go back to the Stone Age and actually ride horses and go look for the work that we do now.
And notification of citizens, whatever.
You know, a lot of the old timers, we go back to when Aspen Police had the bat light. They would put the light up, you know, to signify that someone needed a police officer somewhere in Aspen. You know, and that was back in the 60s, and that, you know, of course, without electricity, that light won't work, or the noon siren. So when you look at it from that perspective, there are some significant challenges, and we look at the fact that primarily we have 3 days of food and we live in a box canyon. You know, and if it's a power outage, is it really going to only affect this neighborhood, or are we looking at something statewide that would be literally a disaster scenario? So there's a lot of unanswered questions for that, but it would be pretty much a real challenge.
Well, so I guess what my last question would be, so we might move forward here, because this is speculation, but that's part of what all this is about. Okay, so Incident Command would get together and say, okay, now we're going to have to go somewhere where we've not ever thought, and we just think the group would think on their feet. How do we respond?
We would develop the traditional goals and objectives to match the incident at hand, and whether it's an expanding or major incident, that's what we would address. And ultimately, part of what a lot of this is that it dovetails, it has interoperability from local to the regional, state, and federal levels. So it just keeps going. When we exceed our capabilities, there's another layer that is interoperable with virtually the same exact plan. And so that is our fail-safe, is that there's always a bigger resource above us.
In this circumstance, probably you'd immediately start stepping up beyond region to go to state, federal, etc.
Exactly. That's one of the things that's outlined in the emergency operation plan, is that there's an element there where the chair and also I believe the sheriff can declare disaster, which is critical for moving big-ticket resources real fast. And so that element's in there. And
Thank you.
And there are notations for when you want to push that trigger, you know, pull that trigger on a disaster declaration.
Yeah, I appreciate the bit of feedback off the top of your head on that one, but that's a serious issue, and hopefully it never happens, but I think you always need to think of the bigger picture, and I appreciate what the Sheriff's Department and all of the members of the Incident Command does for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you.
John?
Yeah, and I just wanted to build on what Grady's saying. We had a good discussion this morning with section leaders where we laid out our plan coming into fire season and such to make sure that we have incident command training for all of our employees by the end of April, and then more advanced training for all of our managers and section leaders. We'll also be approaching you in the future about doing kind of what's called an executive training, which is like a situational tabletop exercise where we go through and kind of demonstrate how ICS might work. Organizationally, we're going to shoot for 2 or 3 of those tabletops a year with varying types of situations like you've laid out. You know, maybe a utility outage, maybe it's a wildfire, maybe it's so that we can exercise how that decision making shifts around. So we're paying attention to this as an organization, and I think understanding the process and remaining agile is our best preparation.
Rachel, do you have a comment?
Yeah, 2 things. One, kind of to Jack's point and that issue, which, you know, could be caused by far less exotic things than solar flares. It could be wildfire destroying some of the transmission lines across the state. But it's also something that really kind of, to my mind, points to the benefit of having self-generation and less dependent powers such as hydro locally, where we could be able to power up certain areas at certain times and share the electricity. The second is that I think it's worth taking a look. I forwarded to the board members what's now the proposed House budget. We may want to comment as a county to our representatives, because there were significant, practically zeroing out of budgets for Homeland Security and the type of grants that will be necessary to take these planning documents to the next level in terms of communications and preparedness. So we need to kind of stay aware of that and let people know what the real impacts on the grounds are to the counties and to the safety and security of our citizens.
That's an important note because so much of building for public safety has some cost involved in it. And the region, who has been managing Department of Homeland Security grants on a large scale, were from 2011 to 2012, it went from like 1.3 million to 270,000, which primarily was going into communication systems, which was Department of Homeland Security's primary goals. But essentially, all those monies are going away. Training, FEMA's training for Incident Command System is getting minimized. So that's really becoming a crucial event. And how do we keep up with modern-day emergency management, without that kind of funding?
And unfunded mandates that come down to communities to, you have to do this, yet there's no resources. Thank you.
So, yes, George?
I'm going to go back to that bat light. we just had this conversation with Mark Amrick about the paving system, and but we still use the fire station still uses a fire alarm. Probably more tradition than any reason. Is that correct?
It's correct. It's just tradition for the noon hour, and then when they do get a call, they do it. It's very old-fashioned, but again, you can look at it as continuity of operations. It's, if your radio's not working or your phone's not working, if they can power up that siren, which actually is powered from the communication center. People
have a hand crank?
I probably does, but I've never seen it actually. And that's why they kept it even with the new construction, but it was just because of tradition.
So this is a consent public hearing. Are there any members of the public who wish to comment on this particular item? Seeing none, we'll close the public comment. Is there a motion to approve this resolution?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second, is this for both, Michael? Or
No, this is just for the pre-disaster mitigation plan.
Okay, so I'm seconding the first item relative to pre-disaster.
Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Now we have a resolution adopting the Pickens County Emergency Operations Plan, and Tom Grady is going to give us an update also on this. Are there any questions for Tom? Seeing none, this is a public hearing. Are there any members of the public who wish to comment on the resolution adopting the Pickens County Emergency Operations Plan? Seeing none, we'll close the public comment. Is there a motion? Yes, Rachel?
Yeah, well, first I'd like to make a comment. I would like to thank Rob Bittner in his absence for being our board liaison to both of these processes, and he expressed at the last meeting how professional he thought the job was, and the great thanks for the many representatives for other organizations that participated in this. So I'd like to kind of forward those and thank Rob again. And we all maybe have forgotten to say it during our board member opening comments, but Rob is not here today because he is getting married. And so congratulations to him on that. And that's really all. Just to thank you for your work on it. And I will make a motion to approve the resolution on second reading adopting the Pickens County Emergency Operations Plan update.
I'll second that.
Any further discussion? All in favor? Aye. Thank you, Tom.
If I have one more comment, is I said it in the previous meeting that I would like the public to know that these documents are available to them either on the Aspen Pickens webpage, or they can call the sheriff's office and I'll either get them a CD or a paper copy. But this product really does belong to the citizens, so if anyone wants to see it, any employee, we've talked about that this morning, that will, the emergency operations plan, a lot of people should be familiar with. So that's for the public. If they want it, they can get a hold of me and we'll make it.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Thank you.
So the next item of business, number 9, this is resolution to adopt certain conservation easements into Pickens County Open Space and Trails Conservation Easement portfolio. Paul Holsinger is here. And Paul, do you wish the screen down?
Well, it's down.
Well, it is down. We've already taken care of that.
Yeah.
Thanks to Paul.
Yeah, while that's loading up, I can give you a little brief on this. I'm Paul Holsinger, land officer for Pickens County Open Space and Trails. So his first item is to adopt 5 conservation easements that were conveyed to the county through various processes through a time span of 20 to 30 years.
Paul, could you give your title to the public, please?
Yeah, I'm the land officer.
And the land officer for?
Open Space and Trails.
And you cover conservation easements in your duties?
Mm-hmm. So my duties are to go through, make sure the terms of conservation easements are being upheld, and make sure the county's interest is being maintained, stewarded properly.
Thank you.
So our goal was to get these 5 easements that were never actually brought into the existing conservation portfolio into the portfolio so that I could actually go out and take a look and steward them in the right way. So these are the 5. Last 2 weeks ago we didn't have this map up, but it gives you a better overview of where these things are. The Rudai South Shores Conservation Easement is at top right there. Right
in the insert box?
Yep, insert box. It's about 100 acres. It's a great property. It's surrounded by Forest Service. It's a great buffer to the reservoir and the planned unit development that's extending on either side there. And we're excited to bring it in. The next one is Zoline Conservation Easement, which is top left. Here we go. Which is right here. It's about 8 acres of agricultural ground. It's basically an irrigated meadow. And it's actually has another conservation easement overlaid on top of it that the city of Aspen was conveyed. Easement was conveyed to the city of Aspen. It's overlaid on top of it. So we're going to work with the city of Aspen, and they're going to actually steward that one with us, and then we'll just be kept in the loop. The next one is here, the McCluskey Conservation Easement. It's actually just a 30-foot corridor which the Hunter Creek Trail travels through, and the county received that easement through a settlement that occurred 10 years ago. This Ruby subdivision conservation easement actually has another part of the Hunter Creek Trail that travels through it, and then also a ditch that travels along here that people use for public access, and I think there's a trail easement on that as well. And the last one is this Gunther Larson, which is basically a scenic conservation easement. It just protects that side of the hill. And all of them are great properties. We're excited to bring them in, and I've taken steps to get the proper due diligence out there to get reports, present condition reports, baseline reports done on these properties so we can properly steward them. That should take place this summer. And then we'll just move forward and check them out every year and make sure the county's interests are being protected.
Thank you. Yes, Dale. Could you introduce yourself, Dale?
Sure. I'm Dale Will. I'm the director of the Open Space and Trails program, and I'm happy to be here with Paul today. I just thought I'd say a few quick comments about the broader context of what's going on for the public who may not understand how the county is adopting things internally. But when the Open Space program was created in 1990, there was a provision written into the county charter that provides that, first of all, properties that are purchased by the Open Space Fund are automatically a part of the Open Space Department's responsibility. But there's another section that provides that things that the county has acquired through other mechanisms, whether they be land use approvals or legal settlements or outright donations from citizens, can be adopted by the program through consultation, first with the Open Space Board, which has recommended that you do approve this today, and then finally by action by the commissioners. And what that does is it authorizes the Open Space Department to utilize our resources and the Open Space Fund in its support of staff and other resources to look after these over time. So that's the background of why we're here. This is the third time we've done adoptions. Notable properties that have preceded these are the North Star Preserve and the Rio Grande Corridor up from Woody Creek. And we do anticipate coming back yet this year with another round or two of proposed adoptions of open space that are otherwise held by the county.
So, Dale, let me ask you, is it the goal of Open Space and Trails to do the complete administration of all conservation properties within, or at least Pickens County-owned conservation properties?
I believe it's the anticipation of the county charter that we should seek to consolidate the management and oversight of these in a single department. There's no other department the county has that's really set up to do the kind of work that Paul does on the conservation easements or what we do otherwise with management of open space, with the weed control and that sort of thing. So we're not trying to have every piece of property the county owns, but where those properties were acquired primarily for an open space purpose, and where we believe at the staff level and the open space board level that they really should be protected as open space in perpetuity, we will be seeking to identify those and bring them to your attention in the way we are today.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Paul or Dale at this time?
I'll just make a comment. I think this map really is well done. It's nice, of course, the properties can be consolidated and then with the little box. But it really shows a bigger picture than just what we're looking at here. But it's easy to identify exactly what we're looking at here also. So I appreciate the evolution of presentations.
This is a public hearing. Are there members of the public who wish to comment on this resolution to adopt certain conservation easements into the Pickens County Open Space and Trails Conservation Easement Portfolio? Seeing none, we'll close the public comment. Is there a motion to approve this resolution?
I'll make that motion adopting certain conservation easements into Pickens County Open Space and Trails Conservation Easement Portfolio.
Second?
Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. So now we move on to an ordinance adopting the Darien, is it 3? Roman numeral 3?
Correct.
Conservation easement. And Paul, you're going to lead this discussion also?
Yes. So we had a request by Aspen Valley Land Trust, who we co-hold this conservation easement, as outlined in red here. It's actually in Gunnison County, just across the southern border, just off the Crystal. Oh, you see the Crystal River right there, traveling there. And the easement actually anticipated this utility easement to run through it. But when the landowners went to Holy Cross Energy to move forward with the steps to actually have this easement placed, which here's the original line here, this in purple. Holy Cross requires a 30-foot easement, and it was anticipated it would be a 20-foot easement, so they were going to have to come back to us to amend the conservation easement to allow for that. Anyway, so in that discussion, they saw this more desirable alignment that is illustrated here as the yellow dash line, which would eliminate the need for a utility pole on the conservation easement, and it decreased the length of that the easement would cross, the conservation easement, the utility easement would cross. So in seeing all that and going through the necessary steps and discussing it with open space staff, we felt that, that was a better place. It eliminates surface disturbance. Even though the utility easement is wider, it decreases the length, and it's just a more desirable outcome, and it allows the landowners of that parcel that's not encumbered to meet their needs as well. So,
Any questions for staff? Yes, Rachel?
And this conservation easement, refresh my memory, was acquired just a few years ago and eliminated the potential underlying zoning of a multitude of home sites. Do you recall what that was, Dale?
Thank you, Rachel. I can't remember what the potential development was on this property. It's in Gunnison County. It's a very iconic landmark on the Upper Crystal. People refer to it as Ute Meadows. It is the site where there used to be a Nordic skiing operation that was operated by the Darien family. So I apologize, I don't remember what the potential build-out would have been without this conservation easement, but certainly we achieved the protection of a nice piece of irrigated land, one that's very scenic, and it was acquired as part of a package of projects that GOCO supported with a legacy grant, the Crystal Watershed Legacy Grant of 2006, which also included the conservation of Cold Mountain Ranch, the acquisition of the boat ramp in Carbondale, and the first 5 miles of the Crystal Bike Trail.
Thank you.
Any further questions for staff? This is a public hearing, second reading on the ordinance adopting the Darien 3 conservation easement. Are the members of the public who wish to comment on this item at this time? Seeing none, we'll close the public comment period. Is there a motion to approve?
I would move to approve the ordinance adopting the Darien 3 conservation easement amendment.
Is there a second?
Second?
Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Thank you, Paul, for all your work. Appreciate it. And your preparation for this hearing. No problem. We're also going to have the screen down for the salt and stall property acquisition.
Yes.
The next item of business is the ordinance authorizing the salt and stall property acquisition, and Dale Will is going to lead the discussion on this.
Thank you, Michael. And
I'm going to turn on the lights, or do you need to?
well, as you prefer.
Maybe one light, Michael? I mean, I hate to, this light just doesn't work. Okay.
There we go.
I'm happy to be back on second reading with our proposed ordinance authorizing our joint acquisition of the Salt and Stall Ranch. Last night we were able to secure the commitment of the town of Basalt, who voted unanimously to authorize an expenditure of $500,000 to contribute to our purchase on this. Pitkin County has been working to conserve Emma, basically, since 1999, and I'll just give you a quick tour of what we've achieved so far. In 1999, we acquired the Emma open space from the Trimble family. That purchase was another joint effort between Pitkin County and Eagle County with support from GOCO, and that's a piece of property that we own outright and we lease to other agricultural operators. Currently it's leased to Billy Grange. It's originally leased to Willie Fender. But that really set in motion an effort to try to protect this larger area of fertile bottomland and the flanks of these Light Hill and the Crown. And some of these properties also are on the banks of the Roaring Fork River, providing a urban buffer on the growth of basalt down through this area, and protecting the agricultural heritage in Emma, which is one of the most fertile places that we have in the valley, and was the site of some of the original agricultural diversity that we once had that one time included orchards and row crops and that sort of thing, as well as the ranching, which continues to this day. Since acquiring the Emma open space, I'll go through these quickly, we worked on the conservation of the old Fender property with Tom Clark, as well as the conservation of his place. That's all in a conservation easement that Pitkin County acquired. We then worked to protect the Brackett parcel. This was a parcel that had gone through a takings hearing and was poised to have a residential home site approved up on the top of the crown, and Open Space secured an agreement to purchase that, really to prevent a house from going up there on top. We then partnered with the town of Basalt and Eagle County, as we're proposing to do today, on the conservation of the Grange Ranch, which included a conservation easement over most of the ranch, plus the outright acquisition of a big piece of the Roaring Fork River. We acquired a conservation easement and a trail easement from the Parker family, and they're supporting the purchase that we're proposing today as well. As many people know, that conservation easement also includes a trail easement on a trail known as Nancy's Path. We then acquired the Emma Town site, which has a half a mile of the Roaring Fork River included in it, as well as historic agricultural operations, or agricultural orchard. And I think that most of the old horse-drawn farming equipment you can find laying around in this entire area emanated out of that mercantile building. And as an aside, I've been collecting advertisements from the Aspen Times from the turn of the century that tell us everything that came out of that mercantile building, but it's pretty neat to see it. And then finally, there was a conservation easement conveyed to the Aspen Valley Land Trust on Emma Farms, which is a portion of the old Cerise property, and a conservation easement on Rock Bottom Ranch, which of course is owned by ACES. So you can see we're starting to fill in the pieces here with the goal of conserving Emma as it has been historically. We're fortunate that some of the intensive development that has happened as a result of the annexations down to Willits has not crossed the river, and so we still have an opportunity to keep this entire landscape intact, or largely intact. The Saltonstall negotiations really began as a result of Mr. Saltonstall's decision to list for sale this property that's outlined in yellow. It's been on the market now for a couple of years, and the more we looked at it, the more we realized that it had conservation values that were very significant to Pitkin County residents, as well as to the Mid-Valley as a whole. And we secured an agreement from Mr. Saltonstall to sell this property to essentially a consortium of local governments. The property is everything, again, outlined in yellow, with the exception of about 5 acres, which includes a house that's on the property, and that will be retained by the seller. But we would acquire everything else, as well as a conservation easement on a mile of the Roaring Fork River here. And for anyone that's been down there, that mile of the river is quite extraordinary. It has a cottonwood grove that's probably 50 to 100 feet wide in most places, and really is a a remnant of the river as it once was, and too often in other locations those galleries have been lost. So we'll protect that as well. Our contract has some contingencies in it, one being that we have until July 2nd to secure all the funding that we need to complete this transaction, and we've recently done one of these with the Drosty property, where we did a similar step of securing a contract and then going out to raise the monies that we needed from partners. The SALT last night was the first of the partners we're courting to take formal action, and we were quite pleased with that. We're also working through our due diligence on the contract. We have gotten initial title reports and so on, and we have an appraisal that's ongoing that is tied to a contingency that if this property doesn't appraise at least the value of the purchase price, that we'd be released from the purchase. So there's lots of details and nuances on this, but I'll just try to hit the basics, and then perhaps I can answer questions that come up later. The open space program tries to protect four basic things: habitat, scenery, agriculture, and recreation. And this property is extraordinary in that it has very significant value in all four of those areas. It includes about 50 acres of irrigated lands that, again, are part of this larger mosaic of farmlands in Emma. It is visible from this entire corridor and is part of what I've been calling the Fertile Crescent of agricultural lands in Emma, but it provides a scenic backdrop to what else is going on in the corridor. It has about 90 acres of wildland habitat up on top that, when you're down below looking up there, is visually indistinguishable from the BLM lands up above, but it's typified by Gambelow habitat. And finally, from a recreational point of view, it is very unusual in that it connects the Rio Grande Trail and Hook Spur to the BLM lands on the Crown, and consequently can offer a portal for public access and agricultural access to the Crown from the Mid-Valley. In your packet, and we can project if you like, there's a map showing what we know to be the other access points onto the Crown. The Crown is primarily inside Pitkin County, although it's difficult to access out of Pitkin County until you get clear over to Prince Creek Road. On Prince Creek, there is an access that is used by actually most of the public that are on the Crown today. So the property is significant to us in that regard. Open Space does have a policy of adopting management plans for acquisitions, and we're all seeing those processes in motion now with Sky Mountain Park and the Grace Shehai Meadows. So I know there's significant questions and good questions about how these various resources would be managed, in particular the agricultural lands and the public access. As far as the agricultural lands, this property would join a portfolio of irrigated lands that we are presently leasing back to ranchers in the area. We have Thompson Creek Open Space, the Emma Open Space I mentioned earlier, as well as the Cozy Point South, that are subject to agricultural leases. And in our history, we've had waiting lists for people that would like access to those things. Our agreement with the landowner here provides for a minimum of a 2-year lease back Alex Parker was here earlier. I don't know if he was able to stay, but he's been the caretaker on this property, has been doing an extraordinary job with it, and we look forward to working with Alex over at least 2 more years and perhaps longer to maintain these agricultural lands. At the same time, as you know, the open space program has gotten more interested in local food as a public interest, and as a long-term investment, we believe it will be very desirable for us to have lands that are capable of growing food that have been protected from conversion to non-agricultural uses or to non-food producing agriculture. And Grady mentioned a minute ago, we have a 3-day supply of food in the valley, and that was poignantly demonstrated when I-70 closed a few years ago, and within about 24 hours you couldn't buy anything fresh in the supermarkets. So we think that as a long-range investment, holding some of these fertile farmlands available for agricultural uses that may go back to some food crops in the future is a good thing. Again, that will be subject to a management plan, and I wouldn't anticipate changes in the near term in the status quo of what's going on there now. On the public access point, certainly the Crown has generated a lot of good discussion in the county's interactions with the BLM on the resource management plan that they are working on, and we have called upon the BLM to work on a sub-area plan for the Crown. The Crown is getting increasing amount of attention from a lot of different types of users, ranging from motorized recreation to mountain bikes to hunting to agriculture, and certainly the kind of days of laissez-faire management of some of these lands, I think, are drawing to a close, and we're going to need to manage them more deliberately. We would anticipate managing this portal, if we're able to acquire it, consistent with the larger management that we will be promoting for the Crown in general. And to the extent that seasonal closures or other restrictions on public uses are adopted, then we would be supporting those in the management of this portal as well. So those are some highlights. There's lots of details. On first reading, there were 2 requests. One that we explicitly mentioned that we will be acquiring a stake. Well, we'll be acquiring water rights in the home supply ditch, and I have made the ordinance explicit in that regard. The county attorney is looking carefully at the way that's happening, and as I described on first reading, we will acquire all the appurtenant water on the property with the exception of a small pro rata share the seller will retain for their home site parcel. And the second request from first reading was that I include correspondence from the neighborhood that we've received. The acquisition has been supported by a pretty broad array of organizations, including ACES, the Roaring Fork Local Food Council, the Mid-Valley Trails Committee, the Town of Basalt, and informally Eagle County. Eagle County will be setting up a resolution for adoption similar to what Basalt did last night in the days to come. But we have also received correspondence from neighbors, and I see that some of those people are here today, and they'll probably want to speak with you as well. So that correspondence was included in the packet. One thing that evolved out of that in the work that the Open Space Board has done to date was that there had been an earlier idea that whereas this property lies just outside the Pitkin County boundary, that we should try to limit our net investment by retaining some home sites. There's currently 5 development rights associated with this property. There's a separate 13-acre parcel up here, and as a result of that, the property yields 5 development rights according to Eagle County planning. We're acquiring the 13 acres as part of this overall purchase. But what we've done as a consequence of concerns raised by neighbors and town of Basalt, and from this board as well, is we've dropped the notion of reserving anything that we would sell later. And of the 5 development rights that there are with the property now under Eagle County's code, the seller retains 1. 1 would be reserved for possible use as a facility on the site if needed in the future for either a caretaker or to support community agriculture or education. And 3 would be extinguished by the conservation easement that will be placed on this property and held by Eagle County. So we're quite pleased to recommend this to you. We had 2 members of the Open Space Board here earlier who weren't able to stay, but this project has been supported by the unanimous recommendation of the Pitkin County Open Space Board and the unanimous endorsement last night of the Basalt Town Council.
Thank you, Dale. Are there questions for Dale? Yes, Rachel?
Yeah, kind of questions and comments. I received a phone call this morning from a woman named Jackie Parker, and she said she lives in Eagle County, but obviously this property is in Eagle County, and was unable to attend the meeting today, but she wanted to pass along a concern about the 2 trailers on the property, and that her mother lives in one of the 2 trailers, and that she was very concerned about the relocation and how to relocate her mother, and just asked for our consideration of that. And I, kind of wanted to ask a little about that in terms of a general board policy. In the city of Aspen, realizing it's different, they did pass something with their housing codes to say that if someone was displaced by action of city government, they would then have first priority on the affordable housing list for rental or new ownerships. And I know that in the past, when the county purchased the ranch from that Lottie Varner was on for airport purposes, they gave him a life estate, and were able to accommodate him as long as he was able to live independently and safely on that property. And I would note in our memo on packet, it's page 2, it says that there are 2 mobile homes currently on the property which will be vacated at closing and sold. And I was just kind of wondering, given that we're going to allow the ranching to continue for 2 years, is this something that really is necessary to this property, or can we allow a little bit more of a natural accretion to occur of those trailers, and just remove those over time once we know the major development potential has been removed?
Yeah, the provision that the trailers would be vacant and sold was actually in a proposal from the seller in a contract that I had received from them. And while the open space program doesn't seek to become a landlord, it wouldn't be the first time. The last time we did it was with the Ryan parcel, when we had our cabins up there that continued to be occupied until the land was ultimately transferred to the Forest Service. But I think that, looked at John Ely, because I'm not an expert in landlord-tenant law or in what the county's legal requirements might otherwise be, but those 2 trailers, I can say from a practical point of view, have been there for a long time. I think they were on the property when Saltonstall acquired it. They are titled as trailers. They're They're not on foundations. And as far as I know, the county, as the new owner of the property, would have some flexibility in discussing how it wanted to manage those and what sort of transition would be appropriate.
That's correct. I mean, the options are...
Well, even if it was in the contract from the seller, wouldn't they have a right to demand their removal? I mean, I'm just kind of curious about that, if there might be other reasons why he was pursuing, or was he trying to present a clean package to us, not realizing we might anticipate, allowing them to have a run-out period. But I, at least for one, would like to consider that and to move that forward. Again, to me, we talked about habitat, scenery, culture, and recreation, and sometimes longtime residents are as much of the culture as anything else we might be pursuing.
Does the board have any feelings on that? On the issue that Rachel raises about current tenants? Yes, George?
I would support the idea of allowing a transition. I would not support the idea of a permanent, and I don't think you're suggesting that at all.
No.
But knowing that we have a couple of years where there will be transition, that will give that occupant some time to find some other housing. And so I would support that, and I suppose we would need the other partners to agree with that as well, Eagle County, Basalt. But
Yeah, I'd like to see what we could do.
Jack?
Well, I certainly have sensitivity to the individuals involved. I would definitely have to know exactly whose responsibility it is. If it's a transition in time only, fine, but if there's some kind of a dollar responsibility involved, I wouldn't support that. I don't think that's part of what we do as far as our open space plan. So, transition time, hey, always, if we can work with people, fine. That's a decent idea.
Yeah, I certainly think we would need to protect the county from liability, as you're mentioning, if we take the ownership and there are like safety issues or things like that. But I'd like to at least investigate and explore the possibilities and maybe even begin in the future to discuss whether there's any sort of policy that we want to implement for displacement of residents in our actions.
So, Dale, note that the board is interested in a transition for at least the resident that Rachel's referring to. Any further questions?
I would suggest maybe, a time limit, certainly a very definitive time limit, not just open-ended. You've got to have movement.
No, I don't think anyone said open-ended. We said a transition. So that implied that there would be a movement from residency to non-residency over a certain period of time. So, any other questions for Dale at this time? Yes, Jack?
And not questions necessarily, but certainly considerations, comments. Obviously, everyone on the board knows that I am always concerned about the impacts of what we do when we buy open space relative to the environmental issues, in particular, of course, wildlife. And I did call Dale and give him a heads up that I was going to ask this question, so he's had a little time, and it looks like he did amend his map that we had in our packet to include the new access. This is a new little identification. I am very concerned about buying properties and additional access to the Crown. We all have gone through a rather lengthy process concerning the BLM Resource Management Plan and have identified ways forward, meaning sub-area plans and working with user groups, etc. But just looking at this map, just in a very topical way, we have, I guess, at least by this key here, we've identified, named, long-term trails, etc. But then all these yellow trails are deer paths and bandit trails. So add the fact that there is this additional trail building that has gone on for years, and then adding a new access here with this access, and this is, I think, rightfully articulated by Dale, the Prince Creek access. I'm just wondering how we're going to be able to set limits on access to this property that's already loved to death, overused, and a concern by many, as we even, for example, heard in our BOCC get-together on the resource management plan. So I'm raising the issue here as a very major one. And then when we read our packet, Mr. Brian Davis, I think was his name, has sent some rather lengthy emails with a similar concern relative, say, to that issue and other issues. And I'm not going to take forever to go through all those. Those are a matter of public record. But he also reinforces from a little bit different perspective, I guess, and apparently he's a new member of the BOCC planning and zoning. He has certainly some peers, and I don't remember if he said, but a long period time of ag, experience. He lives here. He knows this area, and he has stated also the same concern. So this is going to be a priority. I hope that if this goes forward, and I would assume I'm going to support it, and I'm assuming that it will, move on. But we've got to absolutely red flag the issue of access and how it comprehensively fits with access to the Crown and its carrying capacity, and that's the whole issue, the carrying capacity. And we haven't really invented a way how to understand what carrying capacity is. So I think one of the approaches with the DOW says seasonal closures, and let's not recognize bandit trails, etc., etc. What I'm saying here is something, I'm articulating this, and we know this. This is a very serious issue, and I don't want to buy this with the understanding that there will absolutely be access to the Crown here. That's got to be an evolving process. I'm not sure what statements have been made in BOCC, for example. They are partnering, and I'm not sure what I hear from some in BOCC, if they have the same absolute concern about impacts to wildlife and access and carrying capacity. And Dale, had those things been raised in BOCC? Because they, as a major partner here, they will have equal say, or however it all works out. Because we're spending a lot, significant dollars.
Yeah.
A little feedback, please.
Sure. Well, of course, the whole question of public access is one that's, tends to get people's attention. No matter how they feel about it, it generates positive enthusiasm and also concerns. And I think it's fair to say that one of the reasons this property has been desired by so many partners is because of the access. On the other hand, everyone has been watching the news, and in the conversations that I've been a part of, we've consistently acknowledged the need to do a management plan that would take into account the wildlife needs on the Crown in general. What makes this a little different from something like our mountain park, where where we own the entire resource, This, of course, involves a lot of property that's administered by the Bureau of Land Management, and we have requested that they undertake the kind of carrying capacity evaluation that you're suggesting, and Open Space and Trails fully supports that. There's another issue that's kind of out there, which is, some have called it access fairness, where you've got places like the Crown where there's currently access from one place that's unrestricted and maybe overutilized, and then there's interest in access from the opposite side. As far as Open Space and Trails is concerned, first of all, we don't provide for motorized recreation. So unlike what's happening over here, we start off with that restriction. This really flows from our charter. And again, we are anticipating a seasonal closure. And we want to fully support what we're calling upon happen with the BLM. I think all of the constituencies that I've looked at this are cognizant that all of those things need to happen and that they're in the best interests of everyone. And I myself am a proponent of sort of deliberate management as opposed to simply kind of having public lands isolated and by default having access restricted by the nature of the isolation. I think we as a society are mature enough to own the access and be able to manage it deliberately. And we have another example of that unfolding right here with the Grace Shehai Meadows, where a similar conversation I think needs to be had and will be had. So that's where the open space program is. We have other portals onto public lands that are subject to closures. Famously, Pyram Creek was one of our very first acquisitions, which is closed in the winter. And we've also demonstrated a willingness to close down public access on county-owned open space quite significantly in some circumstances. There's no access provided on the backside of North Star, and there's access allowed at Faloha Meadows only for 3 months out of the 12 months of the year. So when we have the science in hand and we have a grasp of what the land needs from an environmental point of view, we're quite able to implement management protocols accordingly.
Does that answer your concerns?
Not specific to the salt, I wanted to hear the specifics, but, I'm good. I understand the lay of the land, not physically, but the politics of the issues. And we're just going to do the best we can, but I expect in time, I'd like to see what this map looks like in 10 years. And with a new portal, if we have a bunch of new trails, and they don't have to be motorized. I understand, now this is hearsay, so I state that as a fact, that even on the Sky Mountain Park, we've had some extra encroachments, we'll call them. And I don't know to what degree, I just don't go off the main road up there. But it can happen, and we're just going to have to be very diligent. And I think by continuing to do the great work we do in so many areas, our ranger force is going to have to be expanded. Ultimately, it's going to be a reality of managing the lands to the level of concern and popularity that will occur.
Any further questions for Dale or staff? This is a public hearing, and I will now open it for public comment. You will have to identify yourself and raise your hand, although I see that someone has just stepped forward. So I will allow you to go first, but please identify yourself and confine your comments to a brief amount of time.
Sure. My name is Brian Davies. I didn't quite intend to have all those correspondence as part of public record, so I apologize for the length and the scope of them.
Well, Brian, let me say that when we correspond with Open Space and Trails or county government, they are going to be public.
And I understand that, and I stand behind everything I said, so that's not a problem. One thing to just, Jack, you've got these purple trails, and I'm assuming that that's what you've been told are the trails. This trail right here is a major four-wheel drive ATV mountain bike trail. Goes along the ridge. So when you park at the West Soapers Creek parking lot, up here, you go up here, you'll follow this ridge trail right along here. This right here, where there's a steep decline into the crown itself, those aren't as accessed until hunting season. During hunting season, the people in Missouri Heights can look across in the early morning hours and see a lot of lights buzzing around with the four-wheelers. I have a friend that has a...
Brian, this hearing is about the purchase of salt property, so we'll try, rather than the management of the Crown, that's under the auspices of the BLM, we'll try to deal with the impacts that the salt property would have on.
So I'm going to just read a comment, and then I'll be done. First, let me say that I strongly support the open space programs and conservation of property in the valley, having grown up here, having owned RPs for over 25 years. Second piece, I believe there's a lot of merit in this particular open space purchase of salt and stop property. That said, and you've discussed a little bit, it is the purpose of open space programs to buy and conserve land, to preserve the historical use and reduce the impact of development of land on the valley. The issue at hand on this particular purchase is that it's always presented as an opportunity for open space to add public access where there is currently none, and to change the historical use to something that could have significantly more impact to the area than just preservation. Going from 4 to 6 car trips today to 20 or more car trips today is a significant impact. Going from hay or potatoes to greenhouses or community gardens is a significant impact. These changes to the historical use and impacts of increased traffic have a long-term negative effect on the neighborhood. These impacts and changes are also not the ones the master plan SALT and the Mid-Valley Master Plan for Eagle County envisioned. They specifically call out preserving it the way it is now. The management of the property, is a concerning issue, and I think that a lot of these issues can be overcome through a proper management plan. Conservation easement on the property will encourage the landowner to continue the historical use of low impacts. An outright purchase of open space requires the counties and participating organizations to assume the role of a landowner in preserving this historical impacts and minimizing the impacts. I think eventually that this becomes the form of park management, if you will, and that there's costs that taxpayers are going to have to cover in the park management to do it correctly. To use Billy Grange as an example on the piece on open space, he is a great rancher, he's a very good guy. He does not have the time to spend on the open space fields that he needs to spend on his own fields. As a result, there is a less standard. The standard is less than his own fields. The process to investigate and secure the approvals for the purchase of the property have been seemingly obscured. Many groups have been approached to ask for comments, but nobody from the neighborhood. The neighborhood seemed to have been kept out of the process, and the very best information and knowledge of the property has been excluded virtually from all conversations. This area is not developed, and the neighbors are principally the reason why it hasn't been developed. I'm asking that the Board of County Commissioners consider their second reading and add a couple items to it. And the first item that I would ask to have added is that there are 2 representatives from the neighborhood, which would be defined as west of Hooks Lane and Hooksford Road, put on the Management Plan Committee. Second is that there will never be parking access for any BLM trail access on the property. And that was an issue we raised with the town council of DeSalt, and the town council of DeSalt agreed. There's enough traffic on Hooksboro Road right now as it is with dogs off the leash, and that 10-car parking space being fully used even on a day like today. That the agriculture will be in keeping with historical use and identify soil conservation, weed management, and water management practices. And that's what I have to say.
Thank you, Brian. And you have a colleague with you, or is this...
I don't know. Yes. I saw
You
him once before.
Do you wish to comment, sir?
I would like to comment. My name is Michael Davies. I am also a landowner adjacent to this property.
And are you related to the aforementioned Brian Davies?
That guy? I've seen him once or twice. Yes,
Are you related?
yes, I am. I'm his brother.
Okay. Thank you.
Forgive me if some of my comments are redundant, but I'll try and make it as short as I can. I too am a user and a supporter of open space in almost all circumstances, and I say almost all circumstances because I believe that this proposal and this purchase put forth has been painted with cotton candy and chocolate Easter bunnies, and I believe that some of the more specific concerns of the neighbors need to be addressed. And at the end of a couple of my concerns, I'll ask the commission to take a few actions that they could include in this purchase that I think would make this open space project a really viable one. Number one, development. I think that it's been discussed that there's 5 development rights on that at 140 some acres. I believe that's really only 4 developable houses on 35 acres. I think that the discussion of extinguishing 3 of these it's not terribly clear what's going to happen. By maintaining one structure, getting rid of the 2, and then adding another that is potentially an employee housing unit, an educational unit, as Dale just expressed, I think is contrary to the goal of preserving open space and protecting lands. I believe that if you were going to protect this, protect it. Get rid of the development rights on it and don't allow anything else on it, especially a guest center or a guardhouse or a caretaker unit that will impact not only the road, the view plane, but the character of the area. Also, with regards to development, greenhouses, community gardens, these are effectively development. They're structures that you'll see from the view plane that open space is charged with trying to protect. I believe that this is contrary to the goal of protecting open space. I think that the county has the opportunity now to limit what actually happens, because there has been no discussion of a management plan yet. And I understand that they don't want to go down that road because they don't want to spend the time on a management plan of a parcel that they may not acquire. However, these are the low-hanging fruit. These are the things that must be addressed. Specifically, including traffic. Right now, the proposal has been to use the end of Hooksboro, the east end of Hooksboro Road, where it meets Hooks Lane, as parking for this access. That space is currently owned by RAFTA. It's about maybe 8 spaces, 8 to 10 units, parking spaces that are consistently full during the summer months. To add additional traffic or additional parking in that area is something that would have to be considered by RAFTA and their board. I know that they have not been approached yet about this use of their property, and I think that it's irresponsible to believe that there is easy access to this property, and I also believe that just educating the public that they have this access and will be able to ride their bikes from all over the valley to get to it is unrealistic, and I believe that this will have there will be several hundred users on this property per day, and that is entirely in conflict with the current master plan use and future master plan program that they're implementing in Eagle right now. I find that this transaction is a great idea to protect it, but when you include agricultural and community gardens down there to drive food production in an area that it's already been proven there is not really a viable way to produce a large amount of food for a community. I think that the merits of community gardening and shared agricultural are in their infancy in this valley, and I don't think that a contribution of $5 million to that process without any foresight into what will happen is a wise investment. I think that needs to be hammered out before you spend the money. So, all things said, if the objectives of open space, as Dale described and Rachel reiterated, are that habitat, scenic preservation, culture, and recreational use are the top four, then I would have to say that it does not protect the habitat. By increasing hundreds of users down there per day, that is not a good thing for the local habitat. There are wildlife concerns, deer and elk do summer there as well. You can find them at any point in the year in that area. It's kind of their last bastion, it's their last island of privacy, if you will. Also, I think that the scenic aspect of it, the scenic stuff, greenhouses, development, an additional caretaker unit, do not meet the objection of protecting scenic view planes. 3, the culture. This is not a historical use of the property. I think it's hard pressed to say that it is. Agricultural is. There's some opportunities there. Recreation, yes, it provides recreation. So 1 out of 4 isn't bad. But the other 3 need to be addressed. And I think that you guys have the opportunity to include some restrictions on that now. I think that you say, no, there will never be parking. I think that you address Jack's thing, maybe you don't allow access right away. You don't allow any more development. Squash those. If that's the true reason for protecting open space, which I believe it is, then let's protect it. And let's call it that. And then cultural, let's just try and maintain what's there now. That's what Eagle County has worked on, that's what the committees have worked on in order to protect the area as it is. There's zoning regulations there. There's no imminent demise of a development jumping across the river. A PUD process would have to be followed. It is not going to be an easy task for anybody, and the economics of it don't work to create a PUD subdivision in that area. So the idea of a Willett-style development jumping the river is not accurate. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
My name is Sally Cole, and I have had a presence on that Oaksboro Road for 40 years. And so I'm very familiar with all the land. I have spent a lot of time up in the BLM, and I know how extremely fragile that land is because, of course, when I've seen the cows out there, and I don't want to talk about the BLM, but it is, you have to be very careful that you don't put a lot of bikes up there because that land will create a lot of grooves, and that's where the water goes, and you have gullies that start very, very easily. I am full support of what Michael is saying, totally full support. The road now is used, as he says, and we really, living on it, we really enjoy walkers, runners, dog walking, and we also have the Latinos, the young bucks, who are teaching their girlfriends how to drive their car on that road, which we quite like. But it's a road that is not paved. We hope it never will be paved, or I hope it won't be paved. It's rutted constantly. But that's okay with me because it's a country road, and that's the way I think Eagle County wants it. But you start putting more cars on that road and more impact, and it's going to be a disaster. So I just have to feel, I strongly feel that you need to be very careful with what you do with that road. The other thing, I'm concerned about your appraisal. The reason I'm concerned is because I don't think there's a lot that has happened these days with land selling and having comps. So also, you have that little inholding there of Salty's, Alex's place. you buy that, you have raised the value of that place considerably as opposed to what it's worth now. I think these obviously need to be considered. I'm wondering about that 200-foot easement along the river. Is that really that great? It seems to me that it probably is floodplain. I used to own that property. So it seems to me you're not getting too much by maybe a conservation easement on it. So I think that's more or less what my concerns. I am absolutely for open space, and but I just want to make sure that this is done in a way that is good for the entire area.
Great, thank you very much.
Do you mind if I also add?
We're going to continue soliciting other comments, Michael, and then if there are none, I'll come back to you. Sure. Are there any other public comments at this time? Yes, sir.
Can I sit back here?
If you
I'm Greg Irwin, this is my wife, Billy. You want to sit with us, Billy?
Ellen Warren.
Could you repeat your name, sir?
Greg Irwin.
Greg Irwin.
We own the property between the Davies and the Salt and Stall property. It's a house with a big barn and house on it. And we're wondering what kind of provisions are going to be made for the trail access. Maybe none now. But is it going to be suitable for bicycles, wheelchairs, dogs, horses, and only non-motorized vehicles? Is that the plan right now?
You just make your comments, and because we don't have a plan right now, and we can't really answer questions, we're looking forward to your comments.
Okay, well, I think it would be good to have a trail from there to the Crown with bicycles, dogs, horses, and people. I'm not sure about the parking. I would think you could put some parking on the property. The forward part of the property has always been a junkyard. It was cleaned up at our request of the county. And there are two other junkyards on the property adjacent to the Salt and Stall property, which is the Glacier property, which is in the state right now. But I would think you could take away the junk cars and things and put parking there. Billy, did you have another question?
Well, I'm not sure the junk cars were,
Well,
you know, one man's, junk is another man's treasure. I'm not sure that you could classify it as junk. I think you should retract that statement.
okay. That statement is retracted.
It certainly looks a lot better than they did accommodate the request.
Anyway, there's considerable land there for parking. And I would think you could have parking lot, and I would think you could have overflow parking in a grass area. That's all I have.
Thank you very much. Are there other members of the public who wish to make a comment this time? Yes, ma'am.
Yes, I was wondering.
Could you identify yourself, please?
Yes, I'm Billy Pierce Irwin, Greg's wife. Have there been any studies made yet on the how fertile the soil is and that sort of thing?
We'll just take your comments. We really can't supply answers at this time.
Well, that's just one of my questions. Down the road is fine.
Right. Are there any other members of the public who wish to make comments at this time? Michael, you wanted to add very briefly something?
Very briefly, I just wanted to mention that I have spoken with our neighbor in the area, Tom Yoder, who's a local merchant in Aspen. He could not be here today, but he did want me to mention that he was in support of my comment.
Thank you. Are there any other members of the public who wish to make a comment at this time? Seeing none, we'll close the public comment period, and I'll just summarize the public comment period for Dale. Dale, you heard that this purchase, although supported as an open space purchase, has concerns about use, various uses, termed by various commentators as development. And so, going forward, how will you deal with those questions that were raised by the people who raised those issues?
Well, thanks, Michael. Again, I'll point to the management planning process that Pitkin County Open Space has utilized with the other properties it's acquired. We do have a policy that we will adopt a management plan for anything that we own outright. And if you look on our website, you can find probably half a dozen or more management plans for other properties that can give you some idea of the care that we take in first evaluating the natural resources and coming up with an inventory of the characteristics of the property, and then entering into a public process for determining what the best uses of the open space would be. And we would be anticipating doing the same process here. It's difficult to prejudge every specific element to a process like that. That sidebars are constrained by what's allowed on open space at all. But within what's allowed on open space, we like to let the public process, have some influence on that. But as Commissioner Hatfield has been pointing out, with the protection of the natural resources, really kind of taking the first priority in the portfolio of values that we're trying to protect. So, in summary, we would undertake an inventory and answer some of the questions about the agricultural resource and the wildlife resources on the property, and have our professional staff. Gary Tenenbaum has a master's degree in environmental management and is quite skillful at weaving all these things together. And so far, I think our management plans have been applauded by folks on all sides of this spectrum of recreation, wildlife, and so forth.
And Dale, let me ask you, do you expect that the BLM and the Department of Parks and Wildlife would also be part of, at least referenced in this management plan?
Yes. The BLM has supported this acquisition, and Parks and Wildlife has indicated they're sending a letter of support to GOCO on this, and we will maintain our engagement with those organizations and the rest of the community in looking at uses of this property as we go on.
So if the BLM decided that they didn't want a trail from your, what you term as a portal, then no trails could be established. Is that right?
Well, that would...
It's not your property, in other words.
Right. The BLM gets to decide what goes on the BLM land.
Yeah. And although the BLM is the steward of that land, the Division of Parks and Wildlife are the owners, essentially, of the wildlife on that land. Is that not right?
The wildlife is the property of the state of Colorado.
So so it really has to be a joint effort to protect those resources on the part of the BLM, the Parks and Wildlife, and Open Space and Trails. And you say that your management plan is committed to doing that. Okay, so hopefully that will answer, or at least begin the answering of the concerns that were raised by the people who commented publicly here today. And there was a request to have members of the neighborhood on the committee for that management plan, but that's an open enrollment kind of process, isn't it?
Yes. We have, on occasion, created community steering committees, such as we recently did for Elk Park up in Redstone. Other times, as we are doing now with the Sky Mountain Park and the Grace Shihai Park, we've got a process going where it's more of a notice and comment process where everyone is invited to submit their comments. The town of Basalt did endorse the notion of something more like a steering committee for this property last night, and that's certainly something that we're able to do, and we've done it before.
So then, to go forward, the planning process is going to involve not only the entities that I just mentioned, but it's going to involve the entities who contribute to the purchase of this property. So you'll have Eagle County, Picken County, and the town of Basalt, all as principals in the formation of this, and they've all agreed to a management plan.
Yes.
Board, do you have any other questions for Dale?
I'll just make some comments. I think, to begin with, I think this is another great example of open space partnering and collaborating with other entities, similar to our success with the Skyline Mountain Park. Our ability to continue to reach out and search for these great opportunities comes at a cost, and that cost, we're able to share that cost now with Basalt and Eagle County. So I think that's really the wave of the future in terms of us being able to continue to look at other properties to either obtain or to put conservation easements on. So I wanted to just congratulate you and recognize you and the Open Space and Trails Board for reaching out and developing these partnerships, which makes these opportunities exist. Unlike Eagle County, where even though they've had an open space fund for many, many years, they've just hired a new director very, very recently. Whereas we've had a program in place for 20 years with a director. And so we've put together a very well qualified process that's very inclusive when we look at how we manage all of these properties. And Dale's given some examples of that, and I think an example that also comes to mind is the Mahola Meadows, where there were very similar concerns. And through a very intense public process over a course of 2 years, we were able to put together a management plan that addressed all those concerns and is actually very, very functional up there. So I understand the concerns of the neighbors. I understand the concerns of the impacts. But I would just ask that you view this as an opportunity to provide your input, and we want to hear your comments because we want to see the best use of this property as we move forward. But I think it's a great opportunity. I think also, in terms of ag, if you look at Boulder's Open Space and Trails program, they have a very successful program now that's just been in place not that long, where they are purchasing and preserving and conserving ranch land and then leasing those lands back to allow local food production. And it's been a very viable operation. And I think, we continue to talk about local food growing. Here's an opportunity to actually try to act on it. And it doesn't necessarily mean greenhouses, but it means an opportunity to continue to use this land in a productive way. So I'm going to support this.
Jack or Rachel, any further comments? Rachel?
Sure, thank you. I would like to thank the people who've come in to bring to our attention the issues that we need to offer guidance on going forward. I will say I am not going to add additional conditions on the purchase at this time because I just find it's premature. You've raised the specter of hundreds of users or the specter of greenhouses, but I think it would be inappropriate to kind of prohibit things that may or may not ever occur at the time of purchase. I think these are things that are fully addressed and will be fully addressed and will take considerable public comment and a considerable length of time to work through with the management plan. Your concerns are not lost because they're not addressed at this exact moment. I think that the greenhouse issue is something that's a challenge for me. I sit here thinking, well, are the other surrounding properties prohibited from greenhouses? If that's what a future owner wants or could do. I have people put those sort of restrictions on their own land to run forever with the land. If not, that's kind of asking us to do something that others haven't yet done. And, I think it's something we can take a look at, and it's, I'm not interested in ruining the view plane with a lot of greenhouses either, to be the first to say that. I don't know that there will be community gardens there or community access. But there may be a point in time, whether it's 10 years or 20 years from now, where we all would like to see more access to locally grown produce, or we need to do that because of just world populations and challenges of climate change and food production. So I'm just not going to take a move here and now at the table on limited testimony and limited research to restrict future activities. But I do think, again, these are all been really well-raised and important points. And that is one of the glories of having a master plan, whether it's on this parcel or any other parcels or other activities, is that they can be adapted and they can start at a given point, and should there be further restrictions needed, they can be added. Should there be restrictions that are found to be unnecessary, they can be modified. And I see this as something that will be both encouraging the types of uses that we're finding appropriate, given the input of the steering committee, master plan committee, however we want to call it, and that will be an open and public process. And I've just seen great results come from those processes over time that have led to, really successful outcomes. And I also look at this, and, I'd be the first to say I don't think you're going to see a Willits-type development jumping the river. But, there is 35-acre subdivision, and you can have people subdivide without any county input or planning whatsoever on the property. And I've seen some very unlikely development occur in places because of those 35-acre subdivisions where the roads are private. They don't need much in the way of county permits or approvals when people go that route. So I think that the evidence of preserving it now, maintaining a status quo literally for years as needed in terms, which this contract allows for because they're going to continue to run their cattle for the next 2 years to finish out the season, gives us a lot of time to work through these issues and to make sure these concerns are addressed. But I do think it's a good acquisition. I think it contributes a lot to the Emma area in terms of long-term preservation, and I appreciate the partnerships we're able to form with others who kind of share this same vision of not seeing the Emma area all become, a new second home development area in the valley. And I think that's what the pressure's off now. We all know that, but that doesn't mean that pressure will not return in 3 years, 5 years, or even sooner. Thank you.
Thanks, Rachel. Commissioners, Jack?
Thank you. I'd like to ask Dale a couple questions about timelines. Would you state that timeline for fundraising? I guess that's if we don't come up with the money, we've got to make a decision one way or another how to approach it, how to amend. And in the ordinance, there's a specific amount of money, so if fundraising doesn't occur, you'd have to come back. What is the gap in fundraising? Approximately, not times, but...
Well, let's see, I got to update the map based on last night's action by the town council, but it's a $5 million purchase price, subject to an appraisal. We got a $500,000 commitment last night from the town of DeSalle. I'm recommending, the 1.866, if I remember that correctly. And based on my predictions of the outcomes with Eagle County and with GOCO, that'll bring us home. Of course, I can't know what the formal actions by either one of those organizations will do. But so, assuming that you all approve this today, we will have assembled a little less than 50% of the total that we need for the acquisition. Pitkin County has done very well by GOCO, and I might just point out, while I can, that GOCO is under some pressure given priorities with the state, and there was recently a proposed new lottery allocation that I might be coming back to talk to you about soon. But we've had a lot of experience with GOCO, and frankly, this is the kind of project that they historically have liked a lot, because it's hitting on multiple conservation values. With due respect to Mike Davies, I think that this purchase does accomplish significant gains in protection of scenery and habitat and agriculture as well as recreation, and that's been our winning formula with GOCO in the past, as well as the partnerships with multiple jurisdictions, which is another thing that they like to participate in. So I can't prejudge, but I'm hopeful that we have a formula here that will get us to our purchase price by July 2nd.
Yeah, we can only project that. Now, as far as the GOCO timeline, when is that next decision-making process relative to GOCO?
Their awards are announced in June, so really the deadline on our funding contingency of July 2nd was tailored around GOCO's process.
Yeah, and thank you, I appreciate the feedback, because all you can do is project and work towards a goal. I'm very sensitive to the comments made here by the public today, but I would have to agree with Rachel that we shouldn't presuppose decision-making by the process that has worked historically very well. When we buy a property, we go all the right steps as far as management plan's feedback. But there is one question outstanding for me. When we were in Basalt, and I couldn't remember the name of the property, honestly, because we had just kind of found out about it, but I asked Kevin Wright if he was aware of any discussions about property in the area in Eagle County, and I think at that time, he had said no, or so. Have you touched base, or any of your staff touched base with the Division of Parks and Wildlife on this property?
Yes, in fact, John Groves has got the jurisdiction or the assignment that includes the Crown, and he indicated to us by telephone that he was supportive of the acquisition. He has the concerns that you would anticipate from John, which are that we do need to get a handle on the total use on the Crown itself, and so they're supportive but wary of the future.
Yeah, and that's exactly where I am at without having had a conversation, because I know that's part of a process. I like the idea of citizen involvement. We've had, some requests, and that will be a public open process per se. So I am, again, as I said earlier, going to support this, but with huge reservations as to what it means when we come up with a management plan. And I just wish I could have got a handle on Basalt's weighing in on that access issue. I mean, they're going to participate in a management plan, but would they be willing to consider, under the right science and the right feedback, no access? That's a question that's an outstanding one, and to me is one of the most critical ones about this piece of property. And I have no answer as to yes or no. It's the process we've got to go through. So I'm going to support moving forward, and thanks for the opportunity to make comments.
Well, board, any further comments? Is there a motion?
I'd like to make that motion. I'll make a motion authorizing the salt and stall property acquisition.
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Aye with great hesitation.
Thank you. Thank you, Dale.
Thank you, Michael.
It's now 3 o'clock, up to 3:05. I've reached the limits of my endurance. It's 3 hours straight in the same seat, so I suggest we take a 15-minute break till 3:20 and come back and continue.
Thanks, everybody, for showing up.
Sure.
Yes.
I'd just like to point out that I...
From a break, and we're at a point of our agenda where we are looking at an ordinance authorizing the change in affordable housing deed restrictions on a property located at 2 Williams Way, Aspen, Colorado, and approving the Smuggler Hunter Trust condominium plat. Tom Smith is here as the attorney for the Aspen-Pitkin Housing Authority. Tom, are you going to give a summary?
Yes, I will.
Thank you.
Chairman, thank you. My name is Tom Smith. I am attorney for the Aspen-Pitkin County Housing Authority. And Ben Genschat is also here. He is the attorney for Maureen Kinney and Scott Hicks, the owners of the 2 Williams Way property. At the first reading, we went into certain amount of detail on this. I'm not sure how much of that I should repeat. But to briefly summarize, the ordinance would authorize a change in the current affordable housing deed restrictions that apply to this property. They are 2 older deed restrictions that were the first one initially enacted as an RO deed restriction when the county conveyed the property to Smuggler Hunter Trust back in the 90s. Subsequently, when the residential dwelling on the property was converted into, or was when an accessory dwelling unit was created on the property by division of the existing structure, a Category 4 rental restriction was put on the property. Both of those restrictions ran to the benefit of Pitkin County. Subsequently, after historic designation of the structure on the property, which was 2 old mining cabins that had been combined into one, Mr. Hicks and Ms. Kinney got approval from the city for historic designation of those old miner cabins and approval to separate them. And in order to better accommodate the development of the property with additional residents, which they got as a bonus as a result of the historic designation, they entered into a lot line adjustment with the Hunter Creek condominiums next door as a location for the cabins. There were some, I guess we should say, irregularities or issues that weren't addressed in the approval of that lot line adjustment. APSHA took the position that it had not authorized it. The Hunter Creek, there were questions about the procedures followed by the Hunter Creek condominiums in authorizing the land swap, and we ended up in court over the whole situation in an effort to sort things out and get it resolved. At this point, as you can see in your packet, there is a settlement agreement among all the parties, which include the Housing Authority, Mr. Kinney, Ms. Hicks, Hunter Creek Commons Corporation, and Bob Nix, a member of the association and a resident there. The settlement agreement provides that the new residents on the property, which is the home of Maureen Kinney and Scott Hicks, will become free market. One of the cabins will instead of being a Category 4 rental unit, will become a Category 4 ownership unit. It will be deeded to APSHA for free. APSHA will sell the unit to a qualified buyer and will be able to put the proceeds to the housing program. There was controversy about the smaller of the cabins and whether it was deed restricted, should be considered deed restricted at all. A compromise was reached whereby that unit, which will remain on the lot that goes with the free market house, will become an RO unit upon its conveyance out of the Kinney Hicks family. Both of these deed restricted units are in good condition. They provide good housing, good quality housing for qualified residents. In order to accommodate this new program, we need to adopt new deed restrictions. And so we'll be going from the existing scenario, which is RO on the property and one Category 4 rental unit, to a Category 4 ownership unit for the larger of the two affordable residences on the property, which includes a land area around the residence to accommodate parking and a small yard. And then the other RO unit parking has been added for it, and it will be an RO rental unit, which is an unusual category, but we do have a few in the inventory. So that's the proposal that's before you. It's been a long haul to get us to this point in terms of the time and expense of litigation, but APSHA board is unanimously in favor of this. And I didn't mention one thing, which was in order to accommodate the creation of the Category 4 sale unit, a condominiumization of the property had to occur because it was all one, and now it's going to be condominiumized. And the city has approved that condominiumization. And so we are really at the end of the line as far as the approvals necessary to implement this settlement, and the plat's been approved by every party except the county commissioners. You would need to approve that plat because the deed restrictions that are on the property now constitute a property interest, and everyone with a property interest needs to sign off on that plat. So that's where we stand procedurally, and as I say, this ordinance comes before you with the strong recommendation of the Housing Authority. We think it's good for the program, that it represents not only closure on a very uncertain situation, but also provides significant benefits for the program by creating a rental ownership unit, Category 4 ownership unit, with the proceeds of sale going to the program, and then long term we will also have the RO unit that will become part of the inventory as well.
Any questions from Mr. Smith? Seeing none, this is, I think we're still in public hearing mode. So, are there members of the public who wish to comment on this item at this time? Seeing none, we'll close the public comment period. Board, do you wish to make a motion?
Yeah, I'll make a motion. We actually had quite a bit of discussion last time, so that's why I didn't need to ask any questions. But I'll make a motion approving the authorization in a change in the affordable housing deed restrictions on property located at 2 Williams Way, Aspen, Colorado, and approving the Smuggler Hunter Trust condominium plat.
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you, Tom. Thank you for your consideration. The next item is under land use public hearings. The first item is an ordinance rezoning North Fork of the Frying Pan Amendment for the BOCC ordinance number 001-2001. This is the first reading, and Suzanne Wolf is here.
Mind bringing down your lights?
So, Suzanne, are you going to summarize this issue for us?
Yes, I will. This is a rezoning for the North Fork of the Upper Frying Pan Valley, as you can see there on the map. I don't know if you're familiar. It's the way you get to Savage Lakes or Lake Josephine, any of those trailheads up the Frying Pan. And as you can see, what I refer to as the rectangle basically defines the private lands up the North Fork. That rectangle is surrounded by U.S. Forest Service lands. So it's the rectangle that's the subject of this rezoning. There was a rezoning of this property, or in this area in 2001, and the reason I'm in front of you today is that we discovered an error in the ordinance in terms of how the area was defined in the language and the map that was attached. There was a difference between the two. So I've gone back through the record. To backtrack, the Frying Pan Master Plan was adopted, what year was that? In 2000 or thereabouts. And the master plan actually recommended this rezoning, that the private lands up the North Fork of the Frying Pan be rezoned from what was AFR 10 at the time to a new zone district, which at the time was called UFRS 35. And that UF was for Upper Frying Pan. It was an RS 35, so a 35-acre zone district rather than a 10-acre zone district. So that was the master plan recommendation. There was an involved process creating that zone district and then actually effecting a rezoning in that area. But the issue at the time was that the reference in the language of the ordinance said that the Clan Nichols Trust parcel was being rezoned to UFRS 35. Is this the one that has something has a little red pointer on it, doesn't it? And essentially, actually, what shows on here is brown is basically the majority of the Clan Nichols Trust parcel, and then there are a bunch of smaller, separate, legally subdivided parcels also within here. But so the language said that we were rezoning the Clan Nichols Trust parcel and attached the parcel ID number for this property to that rezoning. But then the map that was actually attached to the ordinance showed this entire rectangle and didn't break it up into the Clan parcel versus the little parcels in between. But based on the language in the ordinance, all that's been reflected in our rezoning since that time was the larger piece and not the smaller parcels within it. This was recently brought to our attention. We've done the research to verify that the intent at the time was to rezone all of that private land within the rectangle to what's now referred to in the code as RS 35. We've dropped the restriction of this only to the Upper Frying Pan. It's a zone district that could apply elsewhere in the county, but otherwise has the same qualities as what was the UFRS 35. So again, this is basically just a correction of that earlier ordinance that would rezone or correct the rezoning to show that all of the properties with all of these private properties up the North Fork would be under the RS 35 zone district, which, as I've said, was what we think was the intent at the time.
Thank you, Suzanne.
Any questions?
Are there questions for Suzanne? Yes, George.
Suzanne, what actually brought this back to your attention after all these years?
I've actually had some discussions with the Nichols, the planner for the Nichols family. and looking at potential options for their property up there. And in their work on the property, they realized that they actually also, in addition to owning the large parcel, own several of these smaller parcels within. They basically realized that there seemed to be a problem with the zoning on those smaller parcels. And so they brought it to our attention, and that's why when we realized the error.
Any other questions for Suzanne? This is a public hearing. Are there any members of the public who wish to comment on this at this time? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing for this item. Is there a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve North Fork of the Upper Frying Pan Valley rezoning amendment and set it for, I guess, second. Yeah, it'd be set for second hearing, not a public hearing.
Second reading on April 11th.
Is there a second to that?
Second?
Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you, Suzanne. The next item is the Elk Mountain Expedition LLC Special Review Commercial Use for Whitewater Rafting. Michael, you don't need the projector, do you?
No, I do, not for this one, for the next one.
So do you want to summarize this for us, please?
Sure, I will. This is the Elk Mountain LLC Rafting Special Review for a Commercial Outdoor Use, and this is a one-step special review to the Board of County Commissioners for this type of use. Next to me, we have Langdon and James, and they are the owners of the company, and who have submitted the application.
Do they have last names, Michael?
Oh, James Forster and Langdon Adams.
Thank you.
Yeah. And this application implicates three different sections that are within Pickens County. One is Stein Park, where Slaughterhouse Bridge is there. Wink Jaffe Park and Woody Creek, and then the Wingo Junction takeout just further down valley, kind of past Lazy Glen Mobile Home Park. And this requires a special review use before the Board of County Commissioners, and these gentlemen would like to begin their rafting business this summer. We've referred this application out to a multitude of different referral agencies, one being Pickens County Open Space and Trails. John Armstrong with Open Space and Trails, who's actually on his way over too, will be issuing a permit for this use for Wink Jaffe Park and then the Wingo Junction takeout. Stein Park, even though it's in Pickens County, is managed by the City of Aspen, owned by Aspen Valley Land Trust. And Brian Flynn with the city has already provided comments. They had a few more stipulations in their review of the application, and the big ones were that right now there's 4 operators out of Stein Park, and there needs to be some coordination with half-day trips and full-day trips, and when those trips can launch out of that park. And Brian's got some stipulations that he wanted in the permit that we've included for the board resolution. There was one clarification I wanted to make. Condition 5 of the resolution talked about a $500 yearly deposit, which is basically a bond that Open Space and Trails collects for management of the area, trash cleanup, revegetation if it needed. And it says 2008 next to it, and that really doesn't need to be there. It's a $500 bond that Open Space and Trails still collects, and that's still the applicable number for that. Lastly, the application was referred to the BLM, and they provided comments too. And just so that the board was aware that they basically acquiesced to us, and we manage the Wingo Junction takeout there. And John Armstrong will be issuing the permit for that Wingo Junction takeout too. So, in total, staff is recommending approval for this application.
Thank you, Michael. Questions from the board? Rachel?
We received a letter, or excuse me, an email this morning Did you receive that, Mike, for the public record? I didn't print it or forward it, but I don't know if we can find a way to make sure. It was another company, rafting company, concerned that there'd be too much overuse, simply too much crowding, too much overuse.
Would that be from James Ingram?
Yes, that was at Jim Ingram.
He contacted me, and I asked him to please submit comments.
Yeah, it just came in right before I left the house about 11 o'clock, and I read through it, but I didn't think to forward it. We were all CC'd on it. So I don't know if, Michael, you could pull it up for the record or get one to Lindy.
Forward it to me and I'll tag it.
Okay. Yes, George?
Yeah, one of those, I read that email, and one of those concerns was carrying capacity. We continue to talk about carrying capacity for certain properties in terms of use, and his concern was carrying capacity. Right now, I think the permit, I think at Stein or Jaffe, I don't have it in the top of my head, but they're allowed X amount of passengers, customers. I think
8,000?
8,000 or something like that. And right now they're up around 6,200, 6,300. And so his concern was not only the addition, but also some of the constraints on the current parking areas. Certainly Stein Park is very heavily used, not only by raft companies during the summertime, but just by locals and by guests who park there. I always see families down there along that small little park, and there's always fishermen, and certainly at Jaffe Park, that's more heavily used by fishermen versus families. So that was a concern. So how did you address those concerns when you look at additional impacts to these areas, and not only for traffic, but for other recreational users that may sort of get pushed aside because of all the activity of boats going in and going out, buses unloading, things like that?
Right. As far as Stein Park, Brian Flynn with the city open space and trails program, I think that's what the name of his parks program. I spoke with him before I came over here, and him and I did talk about capacity. And it was his feeling that Stein Park, since the city manages that, did have enough openings and capacity to handle another carrier there. He highlighted to me that there's a dedicated area for commercial rafting drop-off there. And he says that they are also will be adding more oversight in the form of just rangers being at Stein Park to regulate and patrol that area so that rafting companies aren't just parking their personal vehicles or rafting vehicles for more than the 30-minute time slot they had. But he did express to me that they had enough capacity, they're monitoring it, and they're aware that there are some rafting companies that perhaps didn't like the competition from this application, but there was enough capacity at Stein Park. Wink Jaffe, John Armstrong with Open Space, PICO Open Space is going to be here. You can speak to that part of the application, but he's just not here yet.
Okay. Any other questions? Jack?
I had called Mike yesterday just to touch base about the chart on the back page.
Mike Kramer, you called Mike Kramer?
Yeah, thank you, Mike Kramer. And wondered, did you take my feedback and see if there was any adjustments made? So I want to make sure that these are the current users, and so we understand takeoff, times, so there's not conflicts. Give a little feedback.
Yep. What Commissioner Hatfield is talking about is page 3 of attachment C. It's the letter from Brian Flynn. It's the chart. And that chart shows a duration of 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. for Stein Park, and then all the permit holders that Stein Park has. So right now, with this application, if approved, we have 6 operators. However, the Aspen Seals Company doesn't operate right now, and they have told our open space program that they won't be operating this summer. So truly, we really only have 5 that are operating out of Stein. In speaking with Brian Flynn, it's advantageous to have these time slots, and what we're talking about is the half-day trip would be 8 a.m. and a 12 noon time slot, and a full-day trip would be 8 o'clock or a 10:30 a.m. time slot. And Brian feels that these time slots work within the structure and the framework of who the operators are at Stein Park. And I've also spoken with the applicants, and they are also okay with these time slots too. There won't be congestion. The other operators have an idea of when Elk Mountain Expeditions will be there and be out. And Brian didn't feel that there was a need to change these unless the applicants want to have a discussion about that.
Yes. But what's not being answered here for me is, does this chart show us the other half-day and full days? I mean, it doesn't tell me whether they're half-days, whether they're full. I don't know what gray means versus black, etc. You know, so there's not a conflict straight up, but you know, how many rafts can go at one time? Is a half hour enough? Those kind of things. Can we answer those questions?
I can answer the second one. A half hour is enough, from what I understand from the city. And the gray and the black, this is actually a color chart, and I don't even have a color chart either. But Brian filled them in just to have different colors for the different operators.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, there was
So
no.
it's not full half day or any of that.
Right. And for the first part of the question, we can let the gentleman here explain how many Raptors and boats they would have.
I can speak to that. My name is James Forster. And those launch times, the blacks, are actually just the times that we can launch, whether it is a full day or a half day trip. So that would be Blazing Adventures, Aspen Whitewater. Any of those companies will have that time slot in order to launch their trip. With that time slot, that gives us access to that commercial parking lot, after that 30-minute slot, we have to have that vehicle out. It's always attended, whether at Jaffe or at Stein Park or at Wingo Junction. The vehicle always has to be attended by a driver. And so that way we're not taking up parking areas. And I believe...
As far as the number of rafts go for us, 3 boats is what we have, so a maximum of 18 people would be our capacity for any one of those parcels of land. In comparison to the other companies such as Blazing Adventures, that's a pretty nominal number, we think.
Okay. Do we have, this is staff's feedback I'd like. Do we have periodic, I guess, because John, he's here. Okay. May I address John Armstrong instead of Mike? Do we have periodic monitoring of these various sites?
Yeah, I
All
pretty much
number of
say
things?
constant, daily. We have a ranger rotation. We used to station a ranger there at Jaffe for pretty much that whole morning launch period, and then sometimes during the afternoon. And we just, over the years, I've been doing it for 5 years now, and we really haven't had issues. So we do it more daily, but I wouldn't say that we go sit at the launch site all morning. The commercial operators have worked very well with each other, and all the regulations are spelled out pretty clearly for them, and we find that they're very cooperative. They're in the recreation business, and of course everybody wants to have a good time. They want to show the clients a good time. It just really has worked well, but we constantly monitor it.
Thank you. Another one, Michael?
Sure.
Carrying capacity. This is for Mike Kramer. You mentioned somewhere around 6,000 trips. How many trips is this operator supposed to, anticipating? That's an annual, seasonal, obviously, but it's a basis, because, if we have a threshold of 8,000 and there's 6 plus now, what does that mean? And how would we monitor it? I mean, I think that's what I heard earlier, the 8 and the 6. I typically don't make things up, so wherever that came from, it came.
I heard that number too. I think, did you say it, Rachel?
It was in the letter from Jim.
It came from Jim Ingram.
Ah, yes, and I feel at a disadvantage not having that. I wish we could.
John Armstrong might know that.
I thought you might ask that. So this past season was obviously a terrific season. I think all the operators will agree it was one of the best. And we had 1,924 takeouts at Jaffe, so that would have been the slaughterhouse run, and that's total for the operators, which were Aspen Whitewater, Blazing, Up the Creek, who's a pretty small player, and then Kiwi, who's actually a very small player, but concentrates on slaughterhouse. So the amount of put-ins at Jaffe is quite a bit different, with 4,748. That's clients and guides, for a total of 6,672 put-ins and takeouts at Jaffe. And I can give you the breakdown if you'd like. Blazing still being the biggest operator, 3,121 user visits there at total between the two places. So I have all the numbers if you're interested.
Yes, Chuck.
Okay, so what is the cap?
The cap is 8,000, and at 6,500, we have stated that we warn all the companies that we would be looking at. We never approached that, but we would be looking at it. Seeing we haven't even come to that close to that number, we don't really know what if that is too much impact, if 8,000 is too much impact, if it can handle 10,000 without problems or complaints. So really, we're not even close to those numbers, but it's something that we're looking at. I don't know where the 8,000 number came from, but somebody came up with it. I don't know how many years ago, long before I was around. And but that's a big concern of ours, is the impact on the park, the impact on residents downriver, and how everybody is playing together, if you will, as far as the commercial operators.
Yeah, and it's been our concern because of all the above mentioned, from crash to parking and automobiles. How about maybe when the applicants get to speak, they could address the proposed, or the projected, I guess would be a better term, number of user days. So,
Yeah. One thing if I could add, it's of course it's recreation and everything, but one thing that we require of all the guiding companies is that they put all their guides through a course, kind of a naturalist ecology course, if you will, with Roaring Fork Conservancy at the beginning of each season.
Good, thank you.
George?
Who regulates the river? In other words, when you look at potential closures, when the water drops down, do we just leave that up to the operators to decide whether they're going to continue to run at low levels, or?
Whether it's too high or too low?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's an interesting question, because nobody really controls the river, and we don't patrol the river. All we do is manage the put-ins and the takeouts, being our parks. But really, nobody manages the river per se. The state certainly requires a lot in the certification of the companies and the guides and that sort of thing. But it's kind of a hot potato when you talk about that stuff, because everybody points to somebody else. So it's a wild entity, which is great, but it does put the onus, the safety onus, on the company.
So that's George. Rachel, do you have any questions?
Yeah, just two really. Back to the chart that Jack had asked about. what I didn't understand is where the Elk Mountain Expeditions is going to fit into this, because they seem to have slots taken from 8 a.m. to 10 a.m. So what, I don't know who the appropriate person to answer the question is, but what are the time slots that are open?
The time slots that are open are 8 o'clock and 12 noon for half-day trips, and a full-day trip would be also an 8 a.m. time slot and a 10:30 a.m. time slot. What the chart doesn't show are those colored in boxes, basically. But those are conditions of the resolution.
Okay. Yeah. And then the second is, I'm saying here, and again, this may be more for John Armstrong, but the city manages Stein Park, so they care for the restroom facilities. Is there a porta potty at Jaffe Park?
There are two. We have one year-round because there's enough use, and then we put the second one in about mid-May. And then the BLM pays for the one at the window takeout.
Okay.
That used to be, those uses used to be divided up among the companies, and it was very cumbersome, so we found a different way to for them to contribute towards those expenses.
And I guess I'm just wondering, will this push us towards greater servicing of those facilities? We'll need to enhance the contract this summer. I can't remember what was the issue a few years back, but a citizen had said that they thought that they weren't serviced enough, and therefore people were using the bushes, and that was bad for the river.
I never heard that, but I know several years ago I had problems with the service contractors, and for I think it's been 3 years now, we found one that's we've been very happy with, never had a problem.
Okay. I will make a comment that I would like to support this application. Given that these permits are all year-to-year permits, and if we find problems, we can, make corrections and monitor the total numbers. I hate to see kind of a monopolistic approach because of who comes in first and who's been here the first when there's young startups as well in an economy like ours. But I also want to make sure we fully understand the costs that we're incurring as the county if we have to increase the servicing of those facilities and adjust our permit pricing appropriately to cover costs.
Any other comments from the board? Yes, Jack?
George, unfortunately, I read my emails this morning at 7 o'clock, and apparently this came in later. Was there the carrying capacity was the issue? Was that the only issue?
That was the main issue, just in terms of concern of not only on the river, but the impacts to Jaffe and Stein for parking and for other users of those areas.
Yeah.
And that's sort of what I gained from it.
Yeah, Jim seemed to take pains to say he wasn't against competition, yet he thought that it might push things over the edge in terms of numbers of users. And nothing against young startups, but this might be too much.
Yeah, I feel minorly at a disadvantage, though I take the feedback as being right on from fellow commissioners. And that's Jim's fault. I asked him weeks and weeks ago to get us feedback. So, I think due to the fact that we do have some capacity here, conditional upon feedback from the applicants, which maybe we'll get to, I think this looks like there might be some space, given that we do all the things we always do anyway, manage the sites.
Yes, is that it, Jack? John, I'm going to let the applicants speak, and we'll go from there. So, gentlemen, you have an opportunity to say anything you want. You kind of get a sense of where the BOCC is going, but so it's your turn.
Start. Langdon Adams, half owner of Elk Mountain Expeditions. The main concern that I'm sensing from you guys is impact. And from our standpoint, if you look at our resumes, we both have degrees in environmental studies. I'm a Leave No Trace educator, And so that's a main concern of ours as well. We're trying to educate the people that we go rafting with about the impacts that we're having on the river, and educate people about riparian ecosystems and how delicate they are. So that is by far one of our main concerns as well. On top of that, as far as parking goes, we're not going to be parking any personal private vehicles at any of these areas. Just our one bus that we have, be pulling in and out 30-minute periods. And just to throw it in there, there's also running off of veggie oil, which is of even less impact than gasoline or diesel.
Yes, Jack.
Okay, so projected numbers, you know, you had to have a business plan, I would think, and that's based on numbers of, I guess we'll call it user days or guests, whatever. Feedback, please.
The numbers that we'll give you here, I think, are rough estimates, being that this is our first season and we can only kind of estimate on what to expect. But we're thinking somewhere in the 300 to 500 range of people for between Stein Park and Jaffe Park.
Good, and I can understand that's certainly a projection and startup number, et cetera. So that gives us, I think, that number to the 1,300 or so, some real space to move, and for the sake of business, it would be okay if we even did a little more. Hopefully not to exceed the 1,300, though, because I don't want to have to ask that question what that cap number does mean.
I do think also one of the stipulations was recording all of our numbers to the city, I think on a weekly basis even, so we'll have a really good idea as the season progresses every week how many numbers we're doing and how that capacity is in comparison to that.
Michael?
Yes, Rachel.
Just doing some rough maths, if you're only anticipating 500 passengers and you said you can do 18 in a trip, and just kind of saying, okay, maybe there are only 12 in a trip plus 2 guides, that's only 41 trips in the summer?
We are also we're going to be working out of Carbondale. We're also going to be operating on the lower part of the Roaring Fork.
Mm-hmm.
We have a permit with the DOW for that.
Okay.
Department of Wildlife, State Parks and Wildlife. Given the circumstances this year especially, the water's not so great, and the season's going to be pretty short.
Yeah.
So that's why we have those numbers, also because of how small we are, and our marketing isn't not nearly what some of the other companies are.
Okay. No, I just wanted to kind of get a sense of how you were going to really make it.
Oh, yeah.
I think that's just a small fraction of the other trips we're trying to offer.
Okay. Are you going to be on the Colorado doing Shoshone and things like that, or is that fully allocated?
It's pretty allocated at this point, I think.
Thank you.
Board, any further questions? I'd like to suggest to the board that there isn't a management plan for Raptor's access on the river. This figure of 8,000, there's not a clear provenance to it. And I think we should request the City of Aspen, Open Space and Trails, to develop a master plan, a management plan for this. There's also, it seems to me, there's no grounds for denying or approving the use of Jaffe, Stein, or whatever park. And there's just no grounds for it, because we have what essentially amounts to an arbitrary figure that's not grounded in any reality. So I'm not against the applicants, and it's fine with me, but in the long term, we really have to be more sophisticated about our approach here and why we would turn down or accept another applicant. Who would we control? Why would we control them? How would we limit trips? What is the resource we're trying to protect? And we just don't know any of those questions. Those are all questions essentially asked today. So I would like the board to give direction to, I guess, ComDev, Open Space and Trails, the City of Aspen, to come up with a comprehensive plan based on certifiable facts on a management plan, because we just have none. And asking people what their business plan is, that's interesting, but I don't think it has any bearing on on the access to any of these public properties. So that's just a suggestion. So is there a motion?
We haven't had the public hearing.
Oh. Are there members of the public present who would like to comment on this Elk Mountain Expeditions application? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing, and I'll ask for a motion.
I would move to approve the Elk Mountain Expeditions Limited Liability Corp. Special Review Commercial Use of Whitewater Rafting.
Is there a second?
Second?
Any further discussion? Yes, Rachel?
Michael, I'd just like to add, I think that that's a good idea that you have suggested. This would be a good summer where there can be some observation of that, albeit in a low water year. But I would just like to add potential liaison from the Healthy Rivers and Stream Board to the suggested list, and for our staff to continue to look at other potential concerned parties who might want to have in that.
Okay. Yes, Jack, and then George.
Yeah, I would like to see this chart develop better in that have a chart each for Stein and Jaffe. Because that, to me, just like our airspace for our airport, is the limiting factor getting on the river. And I'm not sure we need a giant study. And again, I don't know what we're going to see when we see it broke down, because I'm assuming these are start times, and I apologize, this is only for Stein Park. So we need one for Jaffe, and I'd have a better handle on answering your question. I mean, conceptually, it might be something that makes sense, but right now, I don't know if it's needed. Stein Park's pretty well taken as far as morning and afternoon, if you give it an hour break, 11 and 11:30s. The rest of the times appear to be taken. I'd like to know what Jaffe is. So our open space would do that.
The response to that, Jack, is that although there is a chart here, it's just a space reservation chart. And Stein Park certainly is a very limited area. And it's a public parking lot, and it's a public park. And so far, there's no input from the public on their enjoyment of the parking spaces and the facility itself. So although we can accommodate commercial companies, we haven't really heard from the public. And it seems to me it's prudent to ask those kind of questions of all the users of those areas, and whether or not it's suitable to have what we're doing here, and at what point we do reach limits. Throughout this day, we've talked about limits on all kinds of resources, wildlife resources, and certainly there's wildlife within the river riparian system itself, and we don't know what the impacts are from continued heavy use. So we actually haven't been able to answer any questions here today, except there seems to be, from some unknown location, an 8,000 trip limit. But that's about the only thing we know. So I think it's justifiable to have a management plan that takes in our public properties and our natural resources, the river in particular. So that's why we do it. So, yes, George.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting. This is sort of a recent phenomenon in terms of people actually running slaughterhouse. 30 years ago when I was running rivers commercially, we never even considered that, running slaughterhouse. So as people have sort of ventured out more and more, it's added this whole new dimension, which never was in the early days of rafting out commercial in Aspen. So I think, I agree with Michael, I think we do need a management plan. That's why I asked in terms of who actually controls the river. I've run commercial on big water, and you've got rangers on big water, you've got permit systems, you have, it's very regulated because they want to not only concerned about the safety, but they want to make sure it's a quality experience for the clients and also taking into account other users. So I think that's a critical component. I support this application, but I think in the long run, we need to look at this because hopefully our water will come back, but I'm not as optimistic about that actually in the long term, given climate change, what the impact will be in 20 years from now. But we should have some sort of sense in terms of usage. So it would be just a question of, can we get the city of Aspen on board? I'm sure our open space and trails would be happy to participate and start to look at those numbers.
Yes, Rich.
Yeah, thank you. One last comment. I agree, and your application has obviously brought up bigger picture questions for us all to think about and talk about a little bit. As I say, I do support the idea of looking towards a master plan or a management plan or however we would like to call it, and bring all the appropriate parties in to be discussing the issues. As you all know, I used to do advertising distribution, and there were a number of companies that would have just kind of a little subset in their brochure to say, when available, when the water's high enough, we'll do a local tour on the Roaring Fork. I think it's interesting because we have been talking a lot about local economic development and how do you support keeping dollars locally in the valley as opposed to trucking people up and over Independence Pass to go run the Arkansas. And so, sometimes you have one more impact here, but you have less impact there when people trying to go up the pass are stuck behind a small trailer with rafts on it and things like that. So it's good to get a big picture set up. And just a side note, my partner and I used to joke that people would always start up new rafting companies so that Blazing Paddles would buy them out. Because that seemed to be the pattern we would see. Once somebody had a foothold and had something, they would just immediately be bought out and put to bed. So we'll see what happens.
So I think there's a motion and a second, am I correct? Is that right, Lindy?
Yes.
So I'll call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Michael, thank you. Gentlemen, thank you very much.
Thank you. Good luck.
Mr. Chair, we are going through the direction of the staff on that management thing, correct?
Well, we seem to get a majority board interest to
Right.
begin the process. So the next item is the Ridge of Red Mountain rezoning, first reading, and Michael Kramer's going to lead that discussion. Fortunately, Michael Kramer's here. And are you prepared to go ahead, Michael?
Yeah, I thought it'd just be good if I just put that one map up on the screen. Did that help?
I'll be back in a second. Start.
You know what the consequences are, Michael, of not being able to operate this thing. There's a 3-day seminar that you go to.
Well then.
In Las Vegas.
Okay, well, you've got the maps in your packet, I guess.
I think it's coming. I have it in video feed.
Well,
There's a lot more clarity.
let's begin, Michael.
Okay. Well, sorry about that. I don't know why the projector's not working.
Would Lindy know how to work it?
I've got some instructions here, I've never used it.
No one has, Lindy.
I don't know if any of that's going to help, me. That's all I got when they started that. And I don't even know if that's current. I apologize.
Technology, gotta love it.
All right. Guess I'll go to the 3-day seminar.
It's in Wyoming.
Yeah.
Summertime, that would be bad.
I don't know. Okay, Michael, you're just going to have to do a outstanding verbal presentation.
Okay. But there is a map in your packet, albeit it's black and white, and I wanted to show the color one just for better clarity, but you just have to work out the black and white. So this is the Ridge of Red Mountain rezoning, first reading and our public hearing for this. The applicant who is here with us is Wendy Whitman, who submitted the application, and she's representing the interests of basically 5 property owners up there, lots C23 through C27 of the Ridge of Red Mountain subdivision. And this has already gone to the P&Z, and we had a vote of approval, recommendation of approval on December 13th to the Board of County Commissioners. And the basic premise of this application is that there are 5 lots within the Ridge of Red Mountain subdivision that are part of the entirety of the subdivision, but they have not been replatted as the other parts of the subdivision had. And basically what we're looking at are these 5 lots are a lot smaller than the other lots within the subdivision. And what precipitated this application is that with a larger lot in the R30 zone district, which the Ridge of Red Mountain is zoned, you get a bigger house. The floor area ratio is 0.13, and with a larger lot size, you get a larger home to build, above grade floor area. And with a smaller lot size, you get a smaller house to build. You have a smaller allowable floor area on the lot. And what the applicant is requesting is to rezone to R6. Now, the reason R6 is advantageous is it has a 0.30 floor area ratio opposed to the 0.12 floor area ratio in the R30 zone district. This would allow a larger house to be built. And the P&Z in their recommendation to the board, and I wasn't at the meeting, Lance was at that one, but they basically had 2 concerns, and they were the same concerns as staff had. One is that we do not want to see the proliferation of the R6 zone district on Red Mountain. We were very concerned about the idea that if we allow this small, non-replatted part of the Ridge of Red Mountain subdivision, the question is, what does that mean to the rest of Red Mountain? Does that mean that Red Mountain subdivision gets to rezone to R6? And we certainly wanted to put the clamps down on that. So, and then the second part of that was also that the idea that with the R6 zone district, you have a smaller minimum lot size requirement, and that minimum lot size requirement is 6,000 square feet. So, in theory, if you had 12,000 square feet in the R6 zone district, you could split that into two 6,000 square foot lots. And we were also concerned about the risk of subdivision and big lots subdividing into even smaller lots on Red Mountain. So to mitigate those 2 potential impacts, the P&Z found it prudent to establish a floor area cap of 5,750 square feet, and that's gross floor area. So not only would you have your floor area limitation in the R6 zone district of 0.30, your subgrade space and your garage exempt space could only total 5,750, and that was one tool that was implemented. And in fact, because this is a rezoning request, which then necessitated a text amendment to the land use code. We have two separate ordinances today. So I'm kind of melding these two topics together. The second limitation that the P&Z put on the on this proposal was that we should establish a maximum lot size in the R6 zone district, which does not have a maximum lot size right now. And the idea being that you establish a maximum lot size so that the bigger lots in Red Mountain can't rezone to this floor area, and then create more subdivision up there. So the idea is that we establish a maximum lot size on a kind of a quirky number, and the number we came up with the staff was 11,999 square feet. And the idea is that if you have 11,999 square feet, you could rezone to R6. But if you have 12,000 square feet, you could not rezone to R6. And this eliminates the potential for a two-lot subdivision then on Red Mountain. So those were the two limitations and ideas that came out of the Planning and Zoning Commission meeting. And we can hear from the applicant, and Wendy can explain her position and thoughts on the proposal. But one thing that did strike staff and it was worthy enough to bring it up in front of the commissioners was that in the application there was a chart, and one of the charts in there showed all of the non-conforming structures in this 5-lot subdivision, and almost all of them are non-conforming by virtue of exceeding their floor area. And it could have happened in a variety of different ways before zoning requirements. Possibly it could have happened. It could have happened when we had different exemptions in our land use code from times past that I don't know about. But there are a number of lots up there that exceed their floor area ratio, and they are considered legal non-conforming structures. And with this application and a rezoning to R6, the applicant can gain legal conforming, eliminate the non-conforming status and be conforming in the zone district. And intuitively, we thought that was a good thing, that we wouldn't have to be doing a lot of reviews, technical reviews of floor area and these non-conforming expansions if they would just had a legal conforming status and had a zone district they conformed to. That was one thing that staff brought up. So the recommendation is that we approve the rezoning subject to the two ordinances that we have, and that we set second reading for April 11th.
Thank you. Questions for Michael? Yes, Rachel?
Thank you, Michael. Couple of questions, and some of these may be something that we need to fully flesh out before we get to second reading, some now. But in general, the idea of taking R6 down from an unlimited or 15,000 square foot limit, it's almost unlimited, to 5,750 is appealing to me, and I like that. On the other hand, I'm wondering what this does to potential TDR landing sites throughout the county and the overall TDR program, where people may have been able to start with the 5,750 by right and then through use of TDRs go to a larger home. And were these, there's a larger plan that Cindy and Suzanne Wolf have worked with to know how many potential TDRs are out there, how many potential landing sites there are. So I'd like that question answered of what does this do to that balance of potential landing sites of TDRs. Not that I'm necessarily in favor of larger homes, but that I want to see how one thing touches the other. So that's one issue. The other issue is the thought that's been given to the rezoning of no more than 11,999 or as a maximum size. And as you explain that, I understand why it's a maximum, not a minimum. But I'd like to understand how or if it creates other concerns in the county and other R6 zones. How does this apply? Because this is a code change for all of Pickens County, and would we find other homes reaching in to rezone R6 that are below the maximum, but are ones we would not necessarily want to see rezoning to R6 as well? So take the concerns beyond Red Mountain and see, again, how it works countywide. The other thing, again, to be kind of answered later as you guys do some research, and it just may be my confusion between the old code and the new code and now new rezonings, but repeatedly we'll kind of hear that someone had rights to 15,000 square feet under the old code, so they can go up to that using TDRs. So they started at 5750, but they can go up to whatever their zoning was over the old code. And it seemed like the new code was very carefully crafted to say that any existing subdivided homes, legally subdivided, basically retain their old zoning, although they may need TDRs to accomplish that. And this is the first time I've seen a code amendment that literally just, boom, lowers down the FAR of a certain code segment, R6. And would we run into this complication of people claiming that they have the old size under the old code because that's when they were subdivided? I mean, I may not be explaining my dilemma very well, but hopefully Lance is kind of getting the question. And you guys, again, these require thought for a second reading for me. Thank you.
George?
So, Mike, one of the reasons why the applicant has come before us for this change in the zoning is to allow the potential for expansion of the current homes or future homes on these lots. Correct?
That's true, and if you just give me a second, a lot of these lots are almost to their maximum floor area in what the R6 would allow. So what you just said, George, is correct. Some of these lots would be able to expand in a minor fashion, but almost, in fact, lot C27 would have the biggest expansion potential, I think, and C23 actually. But they're already non-conforming by virtue of floor area, meaning they already exceed the R30 zone district. So there would be 3 lots here that would not have any expansion potential. Only 2 lots would. So if that helps.
Well, okay, you just confused me then. So right now, what you're saying is, or in the, if we rezone this to R6, then all the lots have the ability for expansion. Is that what you're saying, or no?
3 of the 5 lots do not have any expansion potential. They already meet the R6 floor area.
They already meet the R6.
Yeah. 2 of the lots, 23 and 27, would have then, they would be able to increase 1,200 and 700 square feet respectively.
And those lots that have already reached their maximum potential, what's the largest home size?
The largest home size would be 3,052 square feet of above grade floor area.
Okay. So then why did the P&Z come up with 5750 for the maximum versus seeing what currently perhaps is sort of the standard right now for those 3, the largest of those 3 homes that even under the new zoning of R6 could not expand to 5750. I'm missing something here.
It's gross.
Yeah, we're talking
gross. The numbers, the 3,000-foot numbers that Mike has given you is FAR, floor area, that's non-exempt. The proposal from the P&Z was the maximum gross house size, subgrade, garage, and floor area could not exceed 5750. So we've got net floor area and gross floor area, 2 numbers. Mike was reading you the actual net floor area that's allowed by the floor area ratio. Whenever there's a floor area ratio in the urban growth boundary, you're also allowed subgrade space exempt and garage exempt.
So-
But a gross of 5750 was what the P&Z
So for, let's say for one of the existing homes that is currently maxed out, someone could do a tear it down, and then including subgrade and garage, they can then build up to 5750?
Yes, that's the
Or,
proposal.
okay. And again, they came up with 5750 because that's what's is allowable in our code for pretty much all the zones except for our rural remote.
Yes, that's your exempt from growth management floor area.
So down the road, 20 years from now, we could possibly see each of these lots being redeveloped and having 5 homes up to 5750, possibly.
Correct.
Jack, do you have any questions?
Yeah, I'm having a real problem with this proposal, and I called Mike to try to understand what was being proposed and what the characteristics of the cul-de-sac are. And it seems like this is a very small cul-de-sac with small lots. But where I start from is the intent of this subdivision, this part of the subdivision, as on page 1 in our application from the applicant. It says lots tract C were created by Fritz Benedict, and they were intended to be smaller, less expensive lots, more suitable and affordable for locals. So, okay, times have changed, I understand that, but what hasn't changed is the site, the actual buildable site. And I have to just immediately ask if we would want to do a site visit. I've got to see what this site looks like, because it looks like kind of analogous, and that's, put that in quotes, analogous to the home that is proposed on, at Shieldo Mesa. That home is shoehorned in a limited site. It appears these are limited sites, and what I could get from looking at the map and kind of coloring it in, as it were, I don't think we're doing the right thing here. And so that's an idea without having done a site visit. So that's pretty important for me. But then when you look at, and then adding on top of that, the practical consideration on page 5 in our table 1 in our booklet, it talks about existing improvements, and if I understand, that's the second line, starting with 1,952 square feet. That's what exists on the property now. Is that correct, Mike? Am I reading that?
Existing improvements, yes.
And so, and then we look at the next line is what is allowed in the zone district. And I can understand, I think, from a practical sense about nonconformities and how that works out here in the real world. But where I start to have my problem is, and George asked the question right off about 5750, is what this means for these 3 lots. And just on paper, and if my math is right, C23 could expand 2,391 square feet. C24 could expand 2,995 square feet. C25, 2,708. C26, 2,697. C27, 2,851. In a small lot configuration, this just seems like an excessive amount of square footage, and thus that request for a site visit. And then when I look at the issue before us and think about floor area ratio circumstances Mike, in the county, we have a very limited number of subdivisions with that circumstance. Is that correct?
With a floor area ratio?
Yeah, very few.
I would say there are a few.
I only know of, I think, 2 or 3. And, you know, they still have their floor area ratios. Why are we essentially, by approving this request, giving away all that square footage when it might not be appropriate? That's the question. The floor area was, I think, calculated or invented for a reason, or no, let's see, became part of our code for a reason, because of the limited size of lots. I think that's why. Then you look at the other issue that we know about relative to floor area, about easements, road easements, and those kind of things in floor area subdivisions, and that subtracts on your buildable, you know, square footage because it reduces the size of your lot. Well, that's another circumstance that's in place that, well, it seems like it was meant. That's how the county code works, and it's meant for a reason. So on the surface, without, of course, having heard from the applicant, I have real questions about this request, except to try to do something to get rid of a nonconformity. I mean, I think that is pretty tough because, golly, it's an R30 and it really doesn't allow the development. But still, you know, because most of them are built out anyway, the circumstance of how it came to be, and then the current site hasn't expanded, there's no more lot area. Why would we go to this size? So those are just preliminary comments and feedback for me.
So Jack's posed a request that we do a site visit. How does the rest of the board feel about that?
I would support that.
Okay. So staff, there's been a request for a site visit, and that's probably going to make the second reading difficult in terms of scheduling, but we'll have to deal with that. So, site visit.
Thank you.
Gwendolyn, are you acting as the applicant for this? Do you have something to?
Yeah, I want to show you the original plan that Fritz Benedict did and how many myriad lots, how it got rezoned, and talk about exactly their concerns, because their concerns are valid, but I want to explain why we're a little unique. And I understand the concept of R6 and...
Gwendolyn, you're sort of doing a presentation, and you should, actually, what I'd like is for you to come forward, introduce yourself, and then we'll go into detail on your presentation.
I'm Gwendolyn Whitman, and I represent the 5 homeowners that live in the 5 lots that are on the ridge of Red Mountain that are seeking this rezoning. I have a little PowerPoint just to show you the... See if that works.
Let's just wait until we get
Okay.
the PowerPoint, because it could expand to 6 days in Wyoming if he's not careful.
6 days. I'll go for 3 and 3. All you're doing.
I think I might be the driver of that one. It's nice and warm.
Glenda.
Yeah, I'm thinking Rock Springs.
Well, I know how to go through Rock Springs.
Well, I really thought I had it this time, Michael.
Could we ask Charlotte, because this is probably...
Yeah, I think we need to get technical assistance.
I'll call her.
You better hurry. Everyone else leaves in 20 minutes.
Oh, boy.
Okay.
Well, I can start, and then if we can get the surveys up.
No. I mean, it's 5 o'clock and everyone else goes home.
No, we'll get it done.
We'll stay. But
Yeah. Thank you for the comment. There's no hurry.
Okay.
We'll be fine. If you can proceed without this visual...
Yes, I think the surveys are crucial, but I can go ahead and discuss the issues.
Okay.
We are 10,000 square foot lots, and there's no other subdivision in Red Mountain or anywhere around that have these small, very narrow lots. We stand basically we're within the setbacks on the way these houses got built, and we really are 10 feet apart from one another. We are controlled before we even come to the county by the ridge of Red Mountain. So what had happened was these tiny little lots, these houses that are, my house in particular, which is 1,900 square feet, they're stacked in there so tightly, and they're down a ridge line that we discussed in detail that even with this rezoning, we'll never get garages. We'll never get, this additional FAR that Jack is talking about. We would all have to tear down our homes to get additional FAR and get the subterranean below the home that exists, which Liedeke and Dan Roman, longtime ski instructors, myself, Mimi Teschner, who's been here 30 years, we doubt very highly that we're going to be tearing these homes down or have the financial wherewithal. We want to be able to get something fair among us. I represent the 5 homeowners today, but up in the last 5 years, it's been very contentious among us because the 2 homes that are built to the max of 3,000 square feet, this R6 zoning will get us 3,000 square feet above grade. There are 2 homes that, when there was not FAR restrictions, were adding on with building permits and built out to 3,000 square feet. And an architect and a developer came in and redid those homes and got them. They're about between 3 and 3,200 square feet, and they were beautifully redesigned and developed and sold. And they are at 3,000 square feet legally, whereas myself, Mimi, Dan, and Liedeke are in these homes that are smaller. We're all non-conforming right now. If the current situation, when I go to get a loan to try and refinance, my non-conforming status affects my loan because it says I can build only 1,300 square feet above grade. That's really what we're dealing with, is this non-conformity. So to discuss 5750 garages, when you come up and see the site visit, we're all hanging down off the hill. The common parking lot is part of my lot. We talked about replatting the whole area and the expense of that, which is none of us can afford to do that. We can't build common garages because we'd have to replat the lots. So when you see on this survey, if we could get up the PowerPoint, you'll see how these tiny 5 lots, the rest of the subdivision had these tiny little lots, and they combined 3 and 4 lots together and did a replat and got much bigger lots. And so we're the last sort of, what would you call the word? I mean, it was an image that Fritz Benedict came up with that didn't work because people didn't want to buy them because to be up there without a garage in these tiny 8 floors, very vertical. Mimi's got 4 levels. They're so tight. So even if you said R6, if you gave us the R6, that's still going to give us an equanimity of 3,000 among us 5 homeowners, and that's what we're looking for, to have something fair and that makes us conforming among the 5 lots. Now, if you give us the R6, and we are each allowed to expand at 3,000 square feet, we still have to go through the HOA, which enables each homeowner to deny the other homeowner any expansion. For instance, in my house, when I walk out on my deck 10 feet over, I can wave to Mimi, she's on her deck. So for me to do an expansion to the front, she'd have to improve it. It would block her views. So really what I'm looking for in my potential, I think this rezoning would allow me another 1,000 square feet above grade, is a powder room to the front, some mud storage. I have no real storage. None of us have garages. We're looking to get a little extra storage, a little bit of flexibility, and obviously to get out of this non-conforming that takes us to 0.13 of our 10,000 square foot lots. And I think you'll see by the pictures that I have, Chad Oppenheim, that's already at 3,000, beautifully redone. He's got a stairwell down to his house. There's just no possible way for us to get these garages. I do believe that someone could tear one down one day, but the footprint wouldn't allow a big structure because we're already within the setbacks of each house. You'd have to just go get that below grade space, and you'd have to know whether or not 1,000 square feet or 700, I think Mimi has another 300, whether that above square footage bothers you and whether below square footage would really matter, because we're not getting the big numbers based on that R6 is only allowing 3,000 square feet above grade, which is not a big house for a 10,000 square foot lot anyplace else, I think, in the area. But the other thing that was pointed out to me when we discussed this with Lance is that there is no other R6 zones. Is that not correct?
Yeah, I was going to answer you. Interestingly, R6 is not on the map in Pitkin County anywhere.
Okay, so there's nothing in Swiss Village, in the Crystal Valley, or?
It's in the book, but not on the ground.
Okay. So in my opinion, to say, okay, you can have it 3,000, you have your 3,000 square feet, but if your lot's bigger than 12,000, then you don't count. You're controlling us because we're only 10,000 square foot lots. So we're not, and the other thing that was brought up in the planning and zoning, which was a concern, was would people combine two lots and get a bigger house, which they get at 20,000 square foot. But my argument to Lance was to combine, let's say these houses in the current market, to combine two lots, you would be spending such a ridiculous amount of money to get a house that you'd never get a garage because of the topography. When you come up and see, you'll see what we have to park, and we walk with our groceries down multiple steps. We have no cover area. We can't even do a carport for our garages. It's very complicated, stacked in lots, and that's why I think the PUD got abandoned, because it just doesn't make sense. I mean, we don't have the basics that you would get for an employee housing project that would give you certain things, a powder room. I mean, we're very limited in this .13. And .13 of 10,000 is 1,300 square feet above grade, and that's where we are right now. The R6 gives us 3,000 square feet. Two houses are already at 3,000, so they're just participating to eliminate their nonconformity because it affects loans and resale. And then the other three, myself included, would like to be able to add a powder room, get a little more storage, and not have it be a big complicated thing with the county because we're all non-conforming. Here we go, some pictures.
Sure, I'll let you just sit over here.
Good. So this first one is what the subdivision looked like.
Sure.
This is the subdivision of the whole thing back in the day, and when I move to the next one, you'll see that this is the two sections. I don't know if I have, is there a way to point to anything here on my finger? No, okay, here's the pointer up there.
On the remote.
Yeah, this is the sub, these are the, whoops, back to the, so how does this work?
At the top of it.
Oh. And then what do you do with this one? Okay, so this little section right here are the 5 homes with an outlot right here of open space, which can never be built on. So here's Dan and Lidica. They've got a house tucked down here. It's down a very steep slope, like it's almost like a cliff, and they park up here on a platform. Then Chad Oppenheim, he has a 3,000 square foot home that he redid. This is down a steep, steep stairwell. This home is basically, it comes out, but the only building envelope is right here off the parking lot, and that has a 3,000. Then Mimi and I are both parallel down here. You can see how long and narrow my lot is. You can't really fit anything lengthwise. We're side by side. This is the ditch with the Salvation ditch coming through, so we can't really expand out. We're already built kind of right down in these little sites, and then we come up a long stairwell up to our parking lot, which is right in here. So this is the next, this shows the area. This is all that got rezoned. So this was the original concept of coming down, and all these little ski chalets would be in here with this common area, and the park, I don't know how the parking was, I guess you commonly parked, I don't know what, but they changed all this, and they zoned that same section. If you look back, if you take that shape right here, this shape, and you look at the next one, you see they combined 3 and 4 lots and made, you see this was the cul-de-sac, and then they made a road with a tiny cul-de-sac. So these homes are all, this one was 25,000 square feet, this one's 30, so they combined 2 and 3 lots to rezone this, and this last little section got left behind and got downzoned to this point, to 30, R30, which made us .13. And so that's the inequity about it. You can see, here's our old subdivision down in here, and here's the new lots. So these homes are still in the R30, and they are all 25,000 square feet and bigger. So if we got zoned to R6, they would not have any ability to jump in on that bandwagon, because you're saying you cannot be bigger than 12,000, the lots. So it would only help us go through and get the, how do you move forward to the next one? Get the nonconformity of these little 5, would help us just get to a place where we're not in such dire constraints with this .13 and all of us being extremely non-conforming. Two definitely. My house is at 19. I believe Mimi's is at 25, and that's all in the package right here. So the existing square foot is 1952 for me. Mimi's at 27, so she'll have another 250 square feet. She was talking about a potential elevator since she's on 4 levels, but we don't have any options right now. So the two that are would be conforming is our C26, he's at 3,000, and C25 would be slightly non-conforming, still at 3,257. And those are the 2 homes that have been beautifully redone, and somehow we believe is, and that was a bone of contention, is that these 2 lots, C25 and C26, among us 5 homeowners, when there wasn't FAR regulations back in the 70s, both were sort of home builders that added on and added on and added on and basically got bigger homes. And then when this downzoning occurred, their homes already existed and they got approved, and the other 3 homeowners got left in the dust, and that's been a sort of a bone of contention among us. But this is to show you how close the houses are built. So this is mine, and you can't really see, but you're coming down. I'm standing at the top of the parking lot, which still extends up another flight of steps. You come down these steps. Mimi and I have about 10 feet between us. This is the next house, and that one that's been maxed out and somehow over the course of time built out, and got 3,200 square feet, remodeled, approved. But to combine these lots, there's really no way with the tightness of the way the lots are designed that we can get any kind of garages to really maximize what you guys potentially could be worried about. This is another site of my house, Mimi's, and then the one next door that got maxed out. And then I'll move to the next one. That's the one that got expanded out over the course of time and got 3,200 square feet and is beautifully redone, and somehow that has been approved, but it's still non-conforming, and so that's why as homeowners we want to try and get that changed. The next one is, this is the stairwell down to Chad Oppenheim. His lot doesn't even touch the parking lot, so there's no way that he would even get a garage because he's landlocked on his lot from the actual parking area. So he's maxed out. He becomes conforming if you give us the R6. He's at 3,000. He becomes conforming instead of non-conforming. And then this is the stairwell down to Dan and Lydica's, and that is a really kind of a deep pit and an open space lot that is just kind of adds open space to these 3 parcels, but doesn't really do anything for us. That's the stairwell down to Chad's. And Dan and Lydica have the same thing. They're in the same position as far as not being able to get a garage as well to get into these houses. That's Dan and Lydica's behind Chad's, and they're down in a hole, and so it's very tight. So I don't think that it's really pertinent to, the below-grade space that we would, our request is so nominal that to get these bigger houses, it would have to be dug below grade, and I think you're allowing that all over Red Mountain. So to deny us 3,000 square feet above grade on 10,000 square foot lots under the premise that they might get bigger below-grade space when we're surrounded by giant monsters, it's painful. So that's what we're trying to get, something to get us conforming, and just give us a little, some of us that didn't add on over the course of time, something equal among us as homeowners, and 3,000 R6 zoning accomplishes that, and I don't think it hurts Red Mountain for us to get these little additional FARs.
Any questions for Wendell? Yes, George.
Well, maybe more for staff. So Lance, you said earlier that right now we really don't have any any homes in an R6 category? I mean, there's nothing...
Correct. R6 is not on the ground anywhere. It's in the book as being a zone district, but it is not
So then,
in Pitkin County.
is there ability to change what's currently in the books for Zone 6 in terms of a different ratio that maybe addresses some of their concerns, but doesn't have to open us up to 5750 down the road? Because who knows what will happen 20, 30 years from now? Is there no way to... Because I like the idea the staff has in terms of limiting lot size, so you take care of the, or you cut out the ability for subdivision. And it seems like there's also then an ability to address some of these concerns by lowering that FAR, that 5750, which doesn't seem like it's going to be workable anyway, but why even put that in there if we have the ability to change some things around?
Yes, to answer your question, since R6 is not on the ground, that's why the Planning and Zoning Commission and staff felt that we could do code amendments to R6 any way we want to, because it's not going to affect anybody's existing development. The lot size was chosen, as Mike explained, having a maximum lot size avoids the possibility of having big houses and people doing subdivision. 5750 was just the number that came up because, let's take these for example, they're 10,000 square foot lots, the floor area is 0.30, so that means they have 3,000 square feet of above grade. That would give them 2,000 feet below grade, 750 square foot garage as a potential. And because 5750 is the number that has kind of been used throughout the county for lots of reasons, but that number could be 4,000. That number could be, since we're doing a code amendment, it could be whatever we feel is appropriate, since this is the only property that currently would be rezoned R6. And just one thing on Wendy's slides, because she talked about rezoning, and really what she meant was replatting. What happened, and you can't see, but there were the two big pods of very small lots. This area and this area both replatted to double the size of the lots. They did away with half of the lots, and these 5 lots are the only ones that did not replat. And so that's the word that should have been used.
They didn't get replatted because these were the only 5 homes that got built back then as speculative venture, and their homes were already built, so there was no way to replat because they were the first 5 homes that they built, and it failed because nobody, I think, was in favor of these tiny little structures.
Any other questions? Yes, Rachel?
Yeah, this is great background information. It seems like a little bit of a complex history on this to begin with. I'd like to say I really like George's idea, and I'd like our staff to explore it further if we are going to look at some way to eliminate the nonconformity. Is it possible that changing the ratio in the R6 is the way to do that? I am a little nervous about the idea that other people may request to rezone to R6. So no matter what's on the ground today, whatever we create there, we don't want to create an attractive nuisance per se. And as always, it's never about the current owners, it's about the future and what we're setting the table for, so to speak, as time goes by. For me, as we go to second reading, it'd be very helpful, and I don't know if this is our staff or you to prepare, but to really talk a little bit about these homes individually, you know, with all of it there, so we're not jumping back and forth. What would be the restraints that come into play? Height restrictions, setback on salvation ditch, lot size reduction from the road easements, side yard setbacks, things like that. Because if this box is already pretty tightly defined, let alone topography, it would just be helpful to kind of have that as a memorial within this document so we can see how it applies to other things. And though I'm not saying I think this is necessary, I think there may be another out if we're not quite getting there yet. And then perhaps there's a deed restriction that the owners of these lots adopt as part of the rezoning that is specific about not being able to go to 5750. That is, saying, even upon redevelopment and a new owner, these lots with the rezoning are now deed restricted to X amount. It's not a housing deed restriction, but something that would run with the land. So that might be another way to get to the issue if we need to.
I have a question just for you. Is it for a 10,000 square foot lot, if we have a footprint that allows, let's say the footprint of my house is 900 square feet, that's all it's going to fit, and then you're getting another 900 square feet above, which is currently what I have, 1,800. Is it offensive to say that someone could have another, we're talking about 3,000 above grade, and then is it offensive to get another 2,000 below grade? Because that's what's kind of allowed on all of Red Mountain. So are you against 3,000 square feet above grade, or is it the additional below grade?
I think for me it has more to do with the actual size of the lots. Okay. If these were coming in at this size to begin with, I don't know that I would look at 5750 as being appropriate for these size lots. I'm looking at the size of the lots. You're saying 10,000 square foot. They're practically city lot sizes or smaller. And there's topographical issues. And, you would get to a point where you have a maximum floor area and the ratio just doesn't apply all the way out, or the 5750. I am going to, and I continue to look at and think about the compatibility with the neighborhood clearly.
Right.
But I'm just trying to get my arms around it.
But it's not 5750 above grade, right? You know that. It's only 3,000 above grade is what would be allowed in this zoning. It would just be whether someone wanted to tear down the house and get additional below grade space.
Yes.
Any further questions for Wendelin? Yes, Jack.
So the pictures we saw, did any of those homes have subgrade space?
No, everything's above grade. Nobody has any below grade.
Because I don't like the idea of subgrade space here. Subgrade space just means more people, more cars, more traffic, and it's just not consistent. And I really do appreciate the presentation, because even before we see it, the brain can start working, as it were. But I think the size of these lots are intended to be small homes. I am supportive of trying to work through the nonconformity issue. And I wrote down, well, why not have 3,500 square foot cap? But to me, that's total. That's not below grade.
Right.
And so I think what we're hearing is some inclination, certainly, to solve some challenges, some roadblocks in personal lives. I'm only speaking for myself here. I'm not interested in enhancing the property with a square footage above grade and a square footage below grade for future market purposes. That's not being represented. And Michael, I have to call on you when the time comes. But I really, I'm understanding of the nonconformity issue. We can work through that, and I think we can make some adjustments. And a lot of good ideas were thrown out here. So I think there's room to move. But the most important thing is the size of the lots and what greater square footages mean for future development relative to parking and traffic, etc.
Well, just hold on just a second. George has a comment. Then let you.
Well, I just wonder whether we want to look at continuing this first reading, given that we want to do a site visitation and have staff relook at some of these ratios and numbers and come back with some other ideas.
Yeah, rather than a first reading and then a site visit and a second reading, we would recommend that you continue the first reading till after a site visit.
Yes, Wendelin.
So one of the things that I want to point out that was difficult for the five of us is that the two people that did expand in the 70s and added on and got these bigger homes, it was a bone of contention for the to Mimi on one side and Dan O'Leek on the other, because they did expand out and kind of get yard encroachment. So I want to be clear that we're not, like you said, 3,500 square, like, we don't really want anybody to have anything more than 3,000 square feet, because the lots are so tight.
Three, but it's a process, and we
Well,
work with everyone.
But I do feel that, you know, we want to be clear that we're not trying to push you for more than the 3,000. We're trying to resolve the nonconformity, but have equality among us at the 3,000. So one house will still be overbuilt. But if someone in the future did go to tear down one of these houses, let's say, you know, in my house in particular, because all of Red Mountain is allowed a certain below-grade space, I think within the footprint of the constraints of the lot and how complicated it is among us and how we have the right to critique and review anything among us through the HOA, allowing a family room when you see how tight these lots are and you can't go front and you really can't go back, not allowing a below-grade space when that is such the norm on Red Mountain of a certain amount, it doesn't seem very fair, that's all. Because if you go to tear it down, you're still only looking at 3,000 square feet above grade. So to get another 1,000 square feet below grade, I don't think is going to affect the look or the size of the houses, because it will be subterranean. And since you're allowing 4,000 square feet in houses below grade all around us, to me that would seem unfair, knowing that we're only asking for 3,000 set above grade. We're not trying to get bigger above grade. We're already deeply impacted by each other as it is. So I don't even think the HOA would allow anything more above grade than what we're asking for right now, which is to just get us conforming. So we don't have to, you know, we're not trying to maximize above grade, which is what you're afraid of, I think, Jack. That makes sense.
Any other questions? Thank you, Wenlin. Any other questions for Wenlin at this time? There is a suggestion that we continue this. Yes, Jack?
Yeah, I certainly support that. I was going to suggest that too, because I don't want to get some momentum to go somewhere and then still have to have two readings, because I infer this might change. It's not only about visual. And again, square footage or square footage. Also, architects and engineers design all kind of things within the limits of our code that can make, as we saw, some awful desirable 3,000 square foot homes. I mean, as far as my wife and I go, we beg to live in any of those homes. So.
Well, that's not really putting it, is it?
Yes, there is a suggestion we do a continuance. So.
I agree with the continuance. Of course, it is a public hearing, so we'll have to hear with anyone who's sat through us today first appropriately, and then continue from there. But I was just going to say, I'm not saying I'm totally opposed to any subgrade. 2,000 square foot might be too much, and I just want to take a look at this in its totality. I am looking to the issues of compatibility with the neighborhood. But, Jack is right, what someone once envisioned as a small little subdivision, fully built out, fully new homes, might very well be something that, has the appearance from afar of being one big home that's 18,000 square feet because they're so close together, and so we have to look at it from a number of ways.
And I can represent the homeowners in saying that if you are willing to give us the 3,000 to make us conforming above grade, we're not so concerned about really the below grade space. That we're here to get something fair and honest, because we share a parking lot, we look at each other on our decks, we can't take the trash out. So it's a lot better to have it. We want something fair among us. It'll give us a little sense of fairness among us, especially the nonconformity. So that's really why we're here as 5 homeowners, to say, look, let's rezone this so that the 2 people that are completely overbuilt, we have the same right of, to have something a little bit better, and then we're all conforming. And then if you guys feel it's inappropriate for additional below grade space, we're fine with it. We just want to get something fair among us, the 5 homeowners, based on what we've already allowed for 2 homeowners, and to be able to go to a lender and say, look, I'm not non-conforming anymore. That's what we're looking for. So if you want to reduce the below grade, based on what we all have there right now, I don't see any, I mean, we don't know what's going to happen in the future, and I understand your concerns with that, but that's not really why we're here to maximize, we're just trying to get equity.
So, as Rachel kindly pointed out, it is a public hearing, and so I will call on the public, if there are members of the public who wish to make a comment at this time. Seeing none?
No, I'm one of the homeowners there, and...
Yes, please come
I'm
forward.
sorry, my name is Mimi Teschner. I've lived here 42 years. I've owned my house there for 35, fortunately. It's a wonderful little neighborhood, but there have been issues over the years, needless to say, with the size, conformity, the lack of understanding of the rules and regulations, so that there have been homeowners who have exceeded what they probably should have been allowed, or should be allowed. So we're hoping that this is something you will look upon favorably, so that we're all in an equitable position vis-a-vis each of the homeowners in that little area. And I do hope you come up and have a look at it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mimi. Are there any other members of the public who wish to make a comment at this time? Seeing none, we'll close the public comment period. Is there a motion for continuance?
So moved.
Second.
Second?
For a date certain, does that have to be?
Yes, these are advertised public hearings. There's two, the Ridge of Red Mountain rezoning first reading and the R6 Zone District Land Use Code text amendment first reading. So they should be continued at least a month for us to get organized to get a site visit up there.
Okay, what date is that?
The second date in April is
14th,
25th.
Oh, April.
The second regular meeting would be the 25th of April.
That would be good, and if we're still not ready, we'll continue again.
Okay.
Can I get two separate motions? Because I have two separate ordinances here.
Okay, April.
Jack?
I apologize, 1 second. Is it not the 25th, staff?
25th is what Rachel said.
I thought 22nd. So. Yes,
did you hear Lindy's request that we
I need two separate motions.
motions
We have two
to
separate
continue?
you made the first one. You want to do it again?
So I'll make a motion to continue the R6 Zone District Land Use Code text amendment to April 25th.
Is there a second for that?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. There's also the Ridge of Red Mountain rezoning. Is there a motion to continue that?
That's what I did.
No, you do the R6 Zone District Land Use.
I think the one I am is attachment A. Rezoning lots C23 through C27 of the Ridge of Red Mountain subdivision from R30 Zone District to the R6 Zone District. So that's my motion.
To continue that to April 25th?
Yes, thank you.
Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, we'll work a site visit out.
Okay. Thank you, Wendland, and the staff will be in contact with you, and you also, Mimi, to make sure that you can be present at that site visit. So thank you.
Thank you.
The next item is the land use action, Aspen Quick Mart rezoning to B1, and Lance Clark is going to MC this land use action.
Yes.
Item of the day. You made it.
You can say that when we have a motion to adjourn.
I said you reached it. I didn't say you finished it.
It's been an easy day,
So Lance, are you prepared to
Yes.
go ahead?
I am prepared. We have Don Crouch, who with his wife Linda is the owner of the Aspen Village Quick Mart, a property with which you are all very familiar, more familiar than I, since you've all been here much longer than I have. And Alan Richmond is representing Don Crouch. But the Aspen Village Quick Mart is the gas station and convenience store on Highway 82, right in front of the Aspen Village subdivision adjacent to the fire station, substation, and of course adjacent to the major wrapped-up bus stop that is there. And the Aspen Village Quick Mart, as I understand it, has been there in one form or another as a commercial use for a very long time. Alan Richmond in the application said that he believed that it was a laundromat in 1966, that it became a general store in 1968, and that gas tanks were added in 1971. And so at least since 1971, there's been a convenience store and a gas station there, according to the applicant. I know it from 1996, when the Aspen Village subdivision plat was approved by the Board of County Commissioners in 1996, and this parcel that the gas station and convenience store sits on was separated as a separate parcel in that plat approved by the board, and it was called the Aspen Village Commercial Parcel. The zoning on that parcel has always been AR10, a residential zoning, not a commercial zoning. And this, again, somewhat like the previous application, has been a source of a problem off and on for the owner, Don Crouch, in that it's a non-conforming use. The gas station, the convenience store, in a residential zone district is a non-conforming use, which has somewhat constrained his ability to add uses or to make changes. And I think you all know that there are today 2 gas pumps, a canopy, and the 1,500 square foot convenience store. In 1998, Don Crouch did apply to the county to be rezoned to the B2 zone district. That rezoning was denied by the planning, recommended for denial by the Planning and Zoning Commission, and ultimately denied by the Board of County Commissioners. At that time, the feeling was from, actually since I was the planner on the application, the feeling was, and the minutes reflect, that the concern was that the B2 zone district was too intensive a commercial district for that location, and the proposal was denied, but part of the resolution actually recommended that staff be directed to work with the applicant to create a neighborhood commercial zone that might be appropriate for the property. Also, as part of that denial, the Board of County Commissioners did approve the installation of the canopies and did allow for an expansion of the convenience store. The canopies were built. The expansion of the convenience store was never built. Don did not actively pursue coming forward with a different zone district as was recommended until the appropriate time, which was when we were rewriting the code in 2004-2005. And some of you will remember that Don was a participant in those proceedings and came to several meetings recommending that as part of this code rewrite that we come up with a neighborhood commercial zone district, something that might be more appropriate for his property. We did that. Staff was directed by the board to do that, and we created a B1 rural business zone. There already was a B1 zone in the code, but we essentially downzoned it. We made it less intense in terms of the uses that would be allowed and less intense in terms of the square footages that would be allowed on the properties. And we also called it the Rural Business Zone District. And interestingly, the primary motivation for that was Don Crouch and the Aspen Village Quick Mart. But the intent of the zone district, as it's written in the code, says it's for pre-existing commercial properties limited to the Woody Creek Restaurant and Store, the Aspen Village Quick Mart, the Meredith Store, and the commercial property in Thomasville. So when we adopted the zone, in its intent, we were very, very limiting. We didn't say might be appropriate for, but we said limited to, meaning that really no other sites but the Woody Creek Restaurant and Store, the Aspen Village Quick Mart, the Meredith Store, and what was the Sunnyvale Tavern in Thomasville before it burned down, that would be the only places that this zone district might be appropriate. The Woody Creek Restaurant and Store is zoned B1. The Meredith Store and the property where the Sunnyvale Tavern are zoned B1. So the only one of those that's stated in that zone intent that has not been rezoned to B1 is the Aspen Village Quick Mart. To give you an example of how when we created that zone district, how we changed it from the existing B1 that was on the books or the B2, I think the most important way is to look at the floor area. The old, prior to 2006, B1 zone district on this parcel, which is a little over an acre, it's about 54,000 square feet. The previous B1 zone district would have allowed 29,000 square feet of floor area. The B2 zone district, as it exists today, would allow 20,000 square feet. The B2 zone district is what is on the Snowmass Conoco property, just for comparison. That property has been rezoned in 1993. That was rezoned to B2. The new B1 zone district that we're talking about here on this parcel would allow 6,750 square feet. So that is the background, and as I said, Mr. Crouch has come forward with a request to rezone, and in my memo to you, I just did a cover memo explaining that the Planning and Zoning Commission did meet on this February 28th, recommended approval of the rezoning by a 4-0 vote, and then I attached my memo to the Planning and Zoning Commission, which recites all the code sections that are required for a rezoning. Staff does feel that the criteria for rezoning are met in this request, and staff does recommend that the rezoning be approved by the Board of County Commissioners. There are two key criteria in the rezoning standards that I think affect this parcel most. One is whether or not there have been changed conditions affecting the subject parcel or the surrounding neighborhood that support the proposed amendment. The basic physical characteristics of the neighborhood have not changed a lot through the years, but I think the fact that the land use code was specifically changed in 2006 in order to create a zone district that ostensibly was at least partly created for this property definitely changes the conditions, because it was a named use in the intent of the zone district. And I should add parenthetically that at the time that we adopted the code in 2006, Don requested that we also do the rezoning at that time. And if you'll remember, we wanted to keep the code amendment process and the drafting of the new code totally separate from doing any rezonings, and so our response was, we're not doing any rezonings at this time, we're just adopting a new code book, and if you want to be rezoned, come back later and we'll consider that. And that's what's happening now. The other change condition is that the Aspen Village Homeowners Association now is supportive of the rezoning, and in 1998 they were not. They were concerned about the scale of the commercial development in B2. But there is a letter in your packet from the HOA supporting this rezoning. The other most important criterion from the standards in the code is the rezoning consistent with the applicable county master plan? This is a very difficult one because the master plan is the 1986 Down Valley Comprehensive Plan, which is over 25 years old, has not been revisited, and essentially, when it was done in 1986, it was for everything from Brush Creek Road to Basalt. We didn't have all of these caucuses and all these other neighborhood plans. But since then, the Down Valley Comprehensive Plan has been supplanted by the Woody Creek Master Plan, the Snowmass Capital Master Plan, and I think even portions of the Emma Master Plan. So the Down Valley Comprehensive Plan today essentially just covers the Highway 82 corridor from Brush Creek Road down to the end of the canyon, end of Snowmass Canyon. But in that plan, there was concern stated about rural businesses and a recommendation that they be left in a non-conforming status, that they not be rezoned. And Quick Mart was not particularly mentioned, but that general statement was made in the plan. And staff has made the leap that since this plan has not been revisited, and there frankly are no plans to revisit it, the fact that when we adopted the new code in 1986 that specifically talked about a rural business zone district, 2006, that would be potentially appropriate for this location, that was a revisitation of those comprehensive thoughts about this use particularly. And so we do not see that as something that would keep this from rezoning from happening. At this time, Mr. Crouch does not have any plans for redevelopment. It's not required to as part of rezoning, and doesn't know when or if he would have, but essentially what we would be doing is removing the non-conforming status of the gas station and clearly allowing the potential for other uses and for an increased intensity of development. But any change would be subject to growth management review, and also, of course, site plan review. And there's one additional element that the B1 zone district does not allow a gas station by right. It only allows it by special review. So there are really two issues to be dealt with this property. One, do you favor the rezoning? And if you do favor the rezoning, the special review to allow a gas station would also have to be made, or it doesn't do him any good for his current use. He's still where he was with a non-conforming use. But what's in front of you today is just the first reading of the rezoning, because the special review is just a one reading item, and if you were to recommend approval of the rezoning, I would do the special review consideration for you at second reading, and that would be something that would take place after you had accomplished the second reading of the rezoning.
Thank you, Lance. Lance, let me ask you a question. You said that the conditions hadn't changed in the area. Hasn't the Aspen Fire Department built a substation right next to this area?
Actually, yes, they have. The road Highway 82 has been widened. The fire station substation is right there, and the major RAFTA bus station is right there. Those have all happened.
And what's the zoning for the fire station? Is it public zoning? Is that what it is?
It was allowed in the, I'm not sure if we rezoned that PUB or not. We either rezoned it PUB, public, or it was allowed in the AR10, and I'm sorry, I don't remember.
Okay. Do you know how many square feet that building is?
I don't.
Okay. Any other questions for Lance?
Yeah, Lance, I got a little confused. The first time the applicant came before us, before the county, all we had on the books was a B2 zoning. And at that time, the B2 zoning allowed up to 20,000 square feet.
We had a B1 and a B2. The request was the request was for the B2. And Don can speak to that, but I believe that knowing that the Snowmass Conoco was B2, thinking that he had a very similar use, that was the request for B2.
But B1 was set up for more of a rural use.
Not really, it was not yet. It was a fairly intense commercial zone district. It would have allowed 20,000 square feet.
No, B2 would allow 20. You said,
Oh, I'm sorry.
You said B1 allowed 29.
Correct.
Yeah, the numbers are actually on on page 5 of the application.
But I was just trying to, I thought what you had said was we had a B2 on the books, and to address the original applicant, staff came up with a B1.
We changed the B1 zone
Changed
district.
the B1, okay.
The B1 zone district was on the books, would have allowed 29,000 feet.
Yeah.
We redrafted the B1 zone district to essentially down zone it
Okay.
to allow much less.
All right, I got it now. Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions for staff? Rachel?
Yeah, and I may have just missed this or lost the page, but what is the current square footage of the facility?
The building is been represented at 1,500 feet.
At 1,500. And I noticed that in Joanna Schaffner's memo, she reminds all of us that there would be significant side yard setback and rear yard setback reductions. It seems that would really bring that very close to the toe of the slope where Aspen Village begins, going down to a 10-foot rather than a 20-foot or 30-foot setback. I don't have her page in front of me.
The setbacks clearly are less in a commercial zone district than they are in the residential zone district. I'm looking for the nice
here
color
it is.
picture that this picture, which I won't attempt to put up here, but which you all have, it's in the application, which is a very recent picture of what's there with the canopy, the 1,500 square foot building, actually looks like a gasoline truck there at the time, filling the tanks, and also the temporary commercial use, which we have allowed there for several years for the plants. It's actually a landscape business that operates there. The property line setbacks would clearly be smaller than the AR-10, but on the Aspen Village side, that I don't know how steep that slope is, but it's fairly steep and wouldn't allow development under our site plan standards.
Yeah. No, I just, I'm kind of looking at it, if, based on these memos, it would allow going up to 6,750 square feet on that site. And that is quadrupling the current size, if it's 1,500 square foot now. That starts to sound kind of big for that area. And I know we could work towards rezoning that would have conditions. Would that be fair to say? So, although the zone district allows to go up to that sort of square footage and these sort of reduced setbacks, rezoning is a discretionary action, and we could apply additional conditions. Would that be accurate?
I won't speak to that. I would want John to talk about conditional rezoning.
Well, that's kind of a dilemma. I'm not quite sure how you construct it, to tell you the truth.
But let me suggest that you could rezone it, but remember Lance said that that the gas station use is a special review use, and within, I think, that special review use, you could limit size.
You also have growth management. This would all be subject to commercial growth management. And so you have two procedures that provide you quite a bit of protection if, we're not proposing any addition right now, but if an application came in at some point for additions, you got at least two hoops that someone has to jump through, and if it's an inappropriate visual or if the impacts are not being addressed properly, you're not going to get through those hoops.
If I can continue. You know, as this comes back for second reading, I'd appreciate if our staff could kind of outline, you know, what that next step would be. And I'm assuming it'd be under a different owner, but as we said to the people before, you know, what we zone or what we change in zoning is current owners, and it's, you know, it's what's happening now, what could happen now in the immediate 10-year future, and it's what could happen 20, 30 years out.
Absolutely.
And laying that sort of groundwork for it. So I'd like to understand what would be the future board's purviews over those changes. I used to be a resident of Aspen Village myself quite a long time ago. I support the store, the concept of it. I think it's, you know, all the things that the Aspen Village wrote in terms of their letter as being a valuable component of that community. But when you also look at some of these potential uses, I want to be careful about how wide open that door is opened. And, you know, we gave a little homage this morning to Dwight Shellman having passed, and you look to the, you know, 100-foot setback from Highway 82 for commercial zoning throughout the county and what a value that has been, and I don't want to inadvertently kind of step on that. And so I'd also, from a staff perspective, like to have what other constraints would be on the site. Is there a reduction because of the slope in terms of FAR? Is there a reduction because of the highway setback in terms of the FAR? These are things that may give us comfort and certainly should become part of the record. And the last thing, I think you're kind of telling me, Lance, that it would be taken care of should there be a site-specific redevelopment proposal. But I know the issue was brought before us from residents of Aspen Village about a year and a half ago, that they're concerned with the integration of the road and the safety of walking to the bus stop for the kids with the cars pulling in and out of the service center and the gas station. And again, that's not something I think we would be able to correct via this rezoning application. It would come forward as a, you know, a new site plan. But that is something we've heard before.
Let me say something. I don't believe there's an FAR on this particular lot. It's simply a square footage limitation. It's not a floor area ratio.
Actually, it is.
Yeah.
It is a floor area ratio.
Yeah. So what's the factor?
5750 for 1 acre.
Yeah, that's the way it is.
And then you're allowed an additional 1,000 square feet for every 10,000 feet. No, you're only allowed one time an additional 1,000 square feet. If you have 10,000 square feet beyond the acre, which we do.
So it's kind of like the AR2 zone that has a series of steps in it as opposed to just a percentage or a ratio.
Or factor. Okay, Alan, why don't we go on to your presentation?
I can be fairly brief because Lance, as usual, he covered it all. He gives you all the facts. I would commend to you this drawing that's in the back of our booklet, Rachel. I think it addresses the slope issue that you brought up, because on this existing conditions drawing that we did, you'll find the bottom of the slope identified as well as the top of the slope. And so while it's true that the quick mark could move back towards the bottom of the slope, you see that the distance between the bottom of the slope and top of the slope where the property ends is rather significant. So there's no way that a commercial building is going to start climbing up that slope. If it were at the bottom of the slope, it would still have a considerable setback from the properties from the front and from the back. So I'd suggest you look at that. Just a couple of things that I wanted to mention. Let's see. I don't want to repeat everything that Lance said, but I think it is important to say that we are not requesting any changes to the property at this time, and that anything that we would propose to do should this property be rezoned would be subject to growth management and special review. Those would be the two major hoops. And Lance and I can get together and talk about other constraints that you were requesting we look at, the highway setback, the slope, things of that nature, and how that would affect the property. This property has been commercial. The previous application that was filed for this property, which Francis Krizmanich did, Francis kind of studied the zoning here in Pitkin County when he was the zoning enforcement officer, and he put together a rather detailed analysis of the uses on this property, and it has been a general store and gas station all the way back to 1971, and its commercial use actually goes back to the 60s. So this is between 45 and 50 years of commercial use. As Lance said, Don has tried several times to get the zoning changed, and the record indicates that the first time he came forward, he said, no, we really don't want to rezone it until there's a development plan prepared. And so then he went and did a development plan, and that was when the county said, you know, B2 really is too intense. It just allows too much on the property. And if you look on page 5 of the application, you'll see what the old B1 allowed, what the B2 allows under the current code and the former code, and then what your new B1 allows under the new code. It really wasn't until 2006 when you adopted the new B1 that anything like this would make sense. And I'm going to just read you the sentences in your intent statement, because I think it's actually, the intent statement in the B1 is actually even stronger than what Lance said. It reads, the B1 zone district applies to pre-existing commercial properties limited to the Woody Creek Restaurant and Store, the Aspen Village Quick Mart, and those existing properties in Meredith and Thomasville. This rural commercial zone district acknowledges the existence of these commercial properties. So, I mean, the intent statement, quite frankly, said it applies to it. Well, it doesn't. It's not. And it should be. You know, you did everything back in 2006 except rezone it. But I think the clear intent of the B1 zone district was that this property be B1. It's really what it was all about. I think Lance said this in the P&Z hearing, but it's my understanding that this is the last of the commercial convenience stores in the county that's been left non-conforming. So it's kind of in a one-of-a-kind situation. And I think probably the most direct similar property is the one that Lance mentioned, the Snowmass Conoco, which was AR10, and in '93 it actually got rezoned to the B2 zone district. So it got rezoned to a much, much more intense zone district than is proposed here. And we haven't seen the kind of dramatic, tear it down, build some kind of a highway-oriented Quick Mart type of property that you would be concerned about. It stayed as a neighborhood-serving commercial property. And the reason that you did that in 1993, that the board did that in 1993, despite the fact that the Down Valley Plan, as Lance mentioned, the Down Valley Plan said, these areas that are non-conforming commercial, they probably ought to stay non-conforming commercial. And it was because the Down Valley Plan said those are highway-oriented commercial properties. That was the determination that the Down Valley Plan made, and it said, we don't really want expansion of highway-oriented commercial. Well, in 1993, you made the finding that the Snowmass Conoco was a neighborhood-serving use. It wasn't a highway-oriented commercial. It served the Snowmass neighborhood. And in fact, as Lance mentioned later on, we have the update of the Down Valley Plan by the Snowmass Capital Caucus, and they view that property as a neighborhood-serving property. There is no caucus that covers this area. This is kind of an orphan property. What we do have is a neighborhood homeowners association, and that neighborhood homeowners association has provided you a very supportive letter. They indicate that the store is compatible in scale with the neighborhood, and more importantly, that it provides valued services to the neighbors, and it provides a neighborhood gathering place. So I think it's fairly clear this is not simply a highway-oriented commercial property. It's a neighborhood-serving use, just like the Snowmass Conoco was found to be a neighborhood-serving use. I also think it's important that you think about the role this property plays in relationship to your transit system. You have users of the rafter bus system as well as users of the school bus system that come to this property on a regular basis, get the bus from this location, and view this as an important service, convenience location. And if you think about, we have this kind of new approach to planning that all of us have been following in recent years. We call it new urbanism. And one of the more important tenets of new urbanism is when you have an important transit node, having commercial services at that transit node is actually an accepted part of planning practice. You don't want commercial services lining a highway like we see in so many urban areas, but having nodes is an accepted fact. As Lance said, the P&Z recommended unanimously in favor of this. We would hope that you would support it. I think it's entirely consistent with the zone district that you have adopted, and it would be fair to Don to eliminate this nonconformity factor.
Thank you, Alan. Are there questions for Alan? Yes, Rachel?
Thank you. Alan, I understand, and I'm trying to see where we can get to, but I would note that the Aspen Village Homeowners Association letter in our packet ends with, the B1 zone allows for a large increase in square footage allowed, which we would not like to see it built out to its fullest. And so I am just concerned about, a perception of creating entitlements to build out to that fullest. And that's why I'm interested in finding out, again, if there are any reductions to that FAR because of the highway setback, because of the slope setback, other factors,
There are parking requirements that have to be
parking
met.
requirements, things like that. I mean, I want to make sure we don't create a situation where we end up with a room full of angry homeowners asking us not to approve something, future redevelopment, and the board being concerned that they look at the uses and are they then going to be sued for takings because it's been rezoned to this, and which of these entire long list of special review uses that are potential there. I'm sure we're not going to see the sewage disposal area or water facility or the adult entertainment establishment, but we are rezoning it to something that allows those and on special review. And so that's why I'm asking for a little more of a detailed walkthrough at the next reading of what abilities we have to deny special review. If you deny 9 out of 10 of the special reviews, is it a taking? Is it, I want to proceed with caution.
I understand. We'll be prepared to speak to that in second reading.
Thank you.
Rachel? Don, hold on just a second. I think the request was made to staff, but certainly, Alan, you're welcome to do your own interpretation of what it would be. Am I not right,
Yes,
Rachel?
correct.
And so, Don, go ahead. I just want to make sure we're clear as we proceed in this.
Yeah, we'll work together on that constraints type analysis. Absolutely.
I believe one of the reasons for allowing additional square footage down there would be that we would be allowed to build employee housing if we are required to have additional employees. And so that could be used for some of the additional square footage.
Thank you, Don.
Thank you.
Jack?
Yeah, I share a lot of the concerns expressed. I remember very well when we did the 2006 code changes, and Alan actually was very instrumental in helping us go through that process.
Yeah, not this part, but yes.
No, not this part, but the 2006 code changes.
Yes.
And when Don came in and expressed his requests for zoning designation, etc., I think it was pretty understandable that, yeah, that should happen, and I think we also agreed with staff we shouldn't be doing specific actions, we're looking at a bigger picture. But I expressed a real concern about even the numbers then, as far as, you know, these numbers, these numbers were just way out there. And when I think, okay, now this is 2012, we have this request before us, I think we all understand multiple components of the code, GMQS, which of course in commercial has really no competition, but you still have to go through the criteria. When I look at what's requested here, on the surface it's, and you know, we want to do the right thing because we understand the community amenity, and Donna's been great, of course, in continuing this all these years. And I understand the need to step forward and kind of solidify, you know, what's going on with zoning. But for me, the questions Rachel asked and the concerns she expressed are absolutely right on. I am very worried about what, in a just numeric representation, 67 square foot, 6,750 square feet would look like. You know, Somass Village, its typical zoning is 5,500. And just imagine all those new homes built on this site. They're really large, no matter how talented an architect is. So I absolutely support answering those questions. But I also pose a question, and for me, I mean, here we are dealing with zoning, adjusting, you know, maybe we even call it new code, B1 zone district. I think we ought to have 3 zone districts. I think we ought to have a smaller zone district than the 67. And that, I guess, in all fairness, it's, and Rachel asked, we ought to answer those questions. And for me, if we don't come to a conclusion about what might occur here, because we can count on one hand the places in the county that are commercially zoned, that if we can't solve that problem about mass and scale on the highway, and you know, the worst thing of all is to ask for a variance from the 100-foot setback in this location right on the highway, we probably, at least I will request a look at another zone district, because I'm not sure that this can, on paper, this fits. Now the reality, when we do some homework, might be no problem, and then I would back off on my comments. But right now I'm very concerned about what might be built here. And I understand a property owner wants certainty, and we certainly have property rights, and we have zoning too, and that's, you know, I'll let you guys set through that last conversation also. So we're concerned about the end result, of what the product is, and there might be a couple of ways to get there on this property, in this application.
Thank you, Jack. George?
Lance, I'm trying to get some perspective on this. The commercial on Highway 82 by Holland Hills, what is that zone, and do we have an idea of the square footage down there?
I don't have an idea of the square footage. That has not been rezoned commercial. That is non-conforming. That's AR10. There are 2 other commercial sites coming to mind on Highway 82 that are AR10 still, that have not been rezoned for whatever reasons, which some are very good, is the Holland Hills Commercial Center. That has never been rezoned. And Planet Earth, right out here on Highway 82. That's still AR10.
So at some point, I would suspect that they'll be coming, someone would be coming back.
Likely, yes.
So my other question is, one of Don's points is, if you were to look at the maximum build-out, is there a way to guesstimate what that would mean in terms of additional employees and how much square footage would be taken up for employees?
Yeah, those numbers can be run. That can be done.
I'd be sort of curious to see what that means, because then you'd have a commercial side of it, but then you'd also have employee housing, and it could be designed in a way that's obviously not one massive building, but employee housing separated from the commercial, perhaps.
Yeah, you can think through the parking requirements and think through the housing requirements, which are the basic mitigations that have to happen on site. I don't remember if there's an open space standard for the zone district or not, but those are kind of the parameters that you run to figure out what your building mass could be, how it breaks out. And we can do that. That's not difficult.
There's additional constraints with slopes that you can't build on.
Right.
Any further questions? Yes, Jack.
About housing, Lance, we have very little experience in commercial, so I'm kind of not remembering this, but would the housing be required to be built on site? Are there multiple options for the applicant? Siting concerns are important.
The method that's stated in the code is the affordable housing impact fee. However, the board at its discretion can allow someone to propose other types of mitigation.
Yeah, and I think commercial, we did go to...
We have a commercial housing impact fee, so it's the same as residential.
The methodology is the same. The calculation of the impact is based upon employee generation, which is the same. The percentage on mitigation, as far as is 100% for residential. I'm not sure where the board has most recently left commercial.
That's 4 years ago or something, who knows. But, yeah, okay, well, so there's some variables here. I mean, we're just not set in stone, and we can work to make this a good project and fit, I think, and I don't mean a development project, but a baseline, to work with something that works with the neighbors and the community character.
Yes, Rachel?
Thank you. Lance, is there a height limit with this zone?
It's the, yes, I believe it's the normal height of 28 feet.
28 feet. You know, that would be, again, you know, we all think of the character of it today. The character of it at 28 feet would be considerably different.
Yes, 28 feet.
Any further questions? Is there a motion?
I would make a motion to move this forward to second reading with a lot of the questions to come back answered.
I'll second it to move it forward. My vote is not a commitment of support. You know.
So there's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
The second reading is May 9th, longer than usual, but it has to do with noticing requirements and availability of everybody. It's May 9th. It's not like 2 weeks.
Okay, May 9th.
Sharpen your pencil.
So is that, that's an unusual motion, is that an approval of first reading?
Approved on first reading.
Okay, I did not hear that in there, I just wanted to
That was
verify.
George's,
Thank you.
was made that.
You missed it too, did you?
Yeah.
That was my fault.
I was one more reluctant.
Just wanted to verify.
The need is there and the idea is there, it's just the answer isn't exactly.
There is,
We'll work on it.
we're going to continue our meeting. There's a Board of County Commissioners open discussion. Are there any matters for open discussion? John, do you have anything?
Yeah, there are a few items, and we had the Translator Advisory Board discussion that we had started yesterday with the request to see if David Johnson, who is currently the alternate, is interested in stepping up into the regular position. That actually led to an interesting discussion and discovery that we had missed a resolution of the board when we were putting together the spreadsheet. David Johnson had already been moved into a regular position, and so there are actually 2 alternates and 1 regular position. I think our interpretation from the discussion yesterday was that the board wanted to see Corby in the regular position, which would leave 2 alternate positions that both Doug Lux and Jessica Robinson could be appointed to, if that's the board's desire.
How does the board feel about that?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. And just 2 quick follow-ups. The board requested that I contact the FBI yesterday to see if, in fact, we could get confirmation of whether there's an investigation in the Sheriff's Department. Consistent with what they told the papers, they would neither confirm nor deny that any investigation was taking place. I did speak to the local agent in charge and also his supervisor on the Front Range, and they were nothing if not consistent. So just wanted to give you those 2 updates.
But John, to your knowledge, have members of Picken County been interviewed by the FBI?
That is our understanding at this point, that both past members of the Sheriff's Department and I believe even current members of the Sheriff's Department have been approached and questioned, but I have not spoken to any of those folks firsthand.
You've not spoken to any of the Sheriff's Department staff?
Right. Except
not
I did talk to Joe.
And no FBI has interviewed you, for instance?
No.
Okay. Thank you, John. Yes, Rachel?
2 other small, I hope small, open discussion items.
Oh, just a second, Rachel.
Oh.
Are you finished with your?
Okay,
Go ahead, Rachel.
Thank you. I think we've all seen the headlines on the incredibly large wildfire in Jefferson County at this time, and others that have occurred in Summit County near Keystone and so on. I am just hopeful that we could give direction to really have Pat Bingham work with our our local fire districts to really do some aggressive public outreach about that, create your defensible space, be prepared to leave quickly, the classic warnings of, be in charge of your own self-rescue and know what to do to try to protect your home now. But it's something that, if anyone's going to be out there trimming with a saw that can create sparks, you want them doing it sooner than later in July when things may be a lot drier. And so I'd just like to see what we could do to kind of up our public outreach for community safety.
Does the board agree with that? Okay.
The second thing is, and I have to apologize, I've not found out if this House Bill 1322 that I brought up during public comments has been killed yet in committee or not, or if it has a life of its own. But I do think that it seems to be something very counter to the positions Picken County has taken, especially even our recent BLM land exchange policy and concerns about loss of public lands in Picken County. I think we should have staff draft a letter opposing that and send it on to the state legislature as soon as possible.
The board good with that? Yes, Jack.
Yeah, I thought when the Forest Service was going through their master planning about buildings, etc., I thought we had forwarded some communications about that then, and we were concerned about the disposal of public lands, and just for the simple sake of making money, etc. And though they went forward with that process, I thought we might have weighed in on that. I don't know, maybe we could
Well, this is
do a
not.
database.
This is not I mean, that's a similar issue, but this is not being created by or proposed by the Forest Service. It's being proposed by our state legislature as a request, and I think we should just weigh in that it's not an idea that we support.
Yeah, I'm certainly supportive of kicking an obnoxiously bad idea down at the beginning.
Okay. So staff has that direction?
Yeah, we'll check on the status.
Okay.
George?
John, is there a way, when staff comes in for presentations, that perhaps they can come here the day before to make sure they understand how the audio-visual works? Because we continue to have problems with that. And today there were problems and there was no staff here to help. And it seems like if Mike came here yesterday, for example, or the day before, whatever, to sort of practice and make sure that he knew how to operate the AV system, and if there was a problem with that, then he'd have time to get some help versus trying to do it in the middle of a meeting and we're all sort of waiting and it's not getting accomplished.
Well, we'll continue, I think, George, to try and train staff. I think sometimes doubling up on that time isn't always feasible, but we'll certainly redouble those efforts. I unfortunately wasn't here, and usually I'm here to help figure that out. And so maybe I shouldn't have exited today, per se, but we'll continue to work with staff on that. Was it switching between the computer and the Elmo that was a problem?
I have no idea.
Okay.
I think, John, the basic premise is that staff members who are present and making presentations to us be well-versed in the system and how it works.
I'll be glad to have someone show me. I don't know who to ask. Is it Pat, Susan?
Pat
Bam? I'll be glad to have her show me so if I can help.
Yeah, and we have done some of those trainings, but I think sometimes, as time passes and such.
You got to reach everyone.
Any other?
There's actually something going wrong with the machine. Lisa was trying to fix it. It was not picking up her command right away. Not to take away from what you're saying.
Yeah, I don't know what happened, but we'll work on that.
Any other open discussion, comments, subjects? Seeing none, is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Thank you, Lindy. Thank you, Jordan.
Oh, boy, long day.